development. Okay. So today you'll hear a little bit of our strategic plan, focus on how we will chart a path to achieve both. I'm excited to let you know that we will receive an update on the progress and how we will be engaging community stakeholders, as that was a discussion at our last commission. So getting to the audacious goal with a North Star as our guide is why we're actually here in San Diego doing those visits. So you'll have noticed the last couple of commission meetings where we started, you can have learning. And really just kind of, again, we may not have answers to things, but it was really important for the commission and for us to really be in, kind of see where the families and children were. To learn directly from community, and really, I'm still processing what we saw in the discussion we had yesterday. We had the opportunity to visit the migrant shelter where refugees and asylum families were coming in and have a really robust roundtable discussion, just really unpacking what that journey looked like, really to better understand our refugee support programs and what that means to families. And asylum seekers, and what First Five California, the network's role is in that process. So looking forward to hearing, welcoming our commissioners kind of adding on to that. And that's why, and we're also excited to have Dr. Dominguez-Brinkley talk a little bit later at our Program Evaluation Advisory Committee, provide updates on the data and the findings of several of our programs that, again, we know as part of our learning journey and the conversations this year that the refugee support programs are something that the counties wanted us to look deeper, and we have extended that to learn a little bit more about what our role could be. It's also why we've invited Children First San Diego to talk about their work today and in the partner presentation. Essentially, we have two major goals today. Is to obtain approval for the business things that we normally do, the consent calendar, public relations, and technical logistical things like moving the October meeting. And you'll also hear updates from the commission advisories and staff, as well as hear some proposals as part of this. You all have a full copy of the agenda, but I actually also wanted to provide a few highlights. We're pleased that each advisory committee will provide an update from commissioners on the team. For example, the fiscal and advisory committee will provide information on our current fiscal financial standing and the percentage of dollars extended from the tobacco tax revenue fund. As you may remember from our May budget study session, by 2027-28. First Five California will have very few dollars to spend based on declining revenue, and really think about how we will successfully implement our strategic plan that we're in the middle of development. The Public Policy Advisory Committee will provide an update on state and federal budget and legislation. The great news is that we have staved off massive cuts this year from Jan 10. But the kind of wondering and kind of critical things that we're trying to analyze is we have to be actually really clear and set a clear agenda for the coming years with actions that will get us to that North Star and audacious goal that I spoke about earlier. So I mentioned the contents of the program research advisory earlier in my introduction, but you may want to actually pay a little bit close attention to the data research that can provide a roadmap for our future collective action. Again, this has been something the commission has been asking for a while. What is the data? What is progress? How are we measuring our progress made? Are we doing what we said we did, and how does that impact families and children? And then lastly, the Public Education and Outreach Advisory Committee will present an action item related to the PR campaign, Raise California Strong, focused on addressing one of the largest obstacles for families. And you all know this, and it was spoken about earlier, children birth by childcare affordability and crisis. So really excited and looking forward to that. And just again, just really blessed and proud to be part of this commission and the work that we have ahead of us. And, it's not going to be easy considering a couple of other factors, but really grateful for partnerships with associations, counties, and communities, and other partners in helping us reach that audacious goal and the North Star, because we are we have one goal, and that's really to improve the lives of children and families in the state of California, and I'm really proud to be part of it. So that is it for my opening remarks.
Thanks so much. Any comments or questions for the director? Thank you so much. I just want to echo welcome to those who are new to First Five team and a hearty congratulations to those that have moved up in their role. Very grateful to you for your work and commitment to the children and families of California. Thank you. I am now grateful to be able to ask our First Five Association partners to come up. I'll turn it over to Avo McDazian, who is the Executive Director of First Five Association, for his opening remarks. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Albright, excuse me, and members of the commission. Avo McDazian, representing the First Five Association of California. I have a really quick update for you all, because we know we have a long agenda. One thing I wanted to highlight and uplift for the commission is that, like First Five California, First Five Association is also looking at our strategic plan right now and revamping it, as we call it. It's been 3 years since our current strategic plan's been in place, and it was created at a time that's much different than today, economically, health-wise, pre-pandemic, and certainly with a different financial picture 3 years ago. So we are evaluating it now, assessing where we have come and where we want to go. One of the starting points for the revamp of our strategic plan is talking to all 58 of our First Five counties about what their ambitions are, what their challenges are, where we can go as a county network together. And we just finished collecting data on a survey, statewide survey. And so we're analyzing that now, and as soon as we have all the analysis, we'll be sure to share it with this commission as well. In terms of next steps, we'd love to engage the commission on what the revamp looks like and where we fit in as a full network. I'm hoping that will be conversations that we'll start to have later this fall. Part of the revamp is also looking at our race, equity, diversity, and inclusion work, or READY, as we call it. And again, grateful for the partnership with First Five California on READY. We have revamped our READY core team, which is our advisory group in our network that looks at ways that the First Five network can lean into READY principles and in their operations, in their procurements, in their language. And so after our 2-year journey on assessing where we are and where we want to go in the READY space, we are now looking at revamping our core team and then also putting an agenda together, both on learning and on implementation, on how we want to embed READY principles into our network. Director Wong, Alex will sit on our READY core team, and grateful for your time there. And then last but not least, continuing update from the last commission meeting is we continue to track the Proposition 1 implementation, which is the Mental Health Services Act implementation, impacts that it will have on local kids and families, as well as our First Fives. And so we're tracking that really closely to see how First Fives could be helpful implementers and partners with the state on this really new transformative implementation of Mental Health Services Act. Those are the updates I have, and I look forward to talking to you throughout the day.
Thank you so much. Any commissioner comment? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll now defer to Director Wong to introduce our local partners for their presentation.
I am so excited for this presentation. I've known the team for quite some time. And I actually will come up Alethea, the executive director of First Five San Diego, to kind of tell us a little bit more about Children's First San Diego.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And
Well,
then you defer to Courtney. So
you
you
haven't got for remarks, but I'm down for whatever it is that you want to hand over to me.
Yes, I apologize. So
I figured.
thank you for setting us up, and thank you for us.
Oh, and good morning, everyone. It is so amazing to welcome you here to our county in San Diego on Bienvenidos Needles. And I had some written remarks, now you just threw me off. No, I'm kidding. I really want to give all of you a warm welcome to all of our commissioners from First Five California, all of our visiting First Five commissions who are here in person, and those who might be joining us online, and our amazing community members that you see behind the Children First Collective. We're very excited to welcome you on behalf of the County of San Diego, our First Five San Diego commissioners, our representatives, and really just I hope you enjoy our beautiful county in the short period that you're gonna be here. It means a lot, because in our 25 years, I believe this is the very first time that we've hosted a First Time California Commission meeting, right, Dr. Williams? I need to do this again. I wish Shana was here. We are just delighted to have your leadership and your partnership as a network in the state. And one of the things that we just really want to call out, and I'm really honored that you invited the Children First Collective. We came to be, I'm a proud member and top partner of the collective. You see them behind me, and really excited to see my partners here, because we came to be very grassroots coalition, coming together on behalf of our littles and our families here in the county prior to the pandemic. So I think it was 2018, 2019 when we started coming together. And we pivoted and we merged as a strong grassroots coalition that now is known as the Children First Collective. I don't take credit for this amazing leadership. We do have co-leads, Courtney Baltiski from the YMCA, as well as Erin Hoganum from San Diego for Every Child, the JFS. So we're really excited to hear from them today and for you to learn a little bit more about our work. One of the things that I would be remiss if I didn't say, I'm really thankful to the association. I'm also a proud board member of the First Time Association, and I really appreciate the capacity that we as a statewide network have to come together and just really join arm in arm on behalf of our littles and families statewide. And so I am just thrilled, again, that you're here today. Welcome, bienvenidos. And we look forward to a great meeting today, great discussions, and look forward to your continued partnership in support of our network statewide. Thank you.
Thank you.
None of this work happens alone. But thank you again for welcoming Children First Collective San Diego to do this partner presentation. And Commissioner Williams, good night, coming down to San Diego. Oh, okay, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, well, thank you to all of the First Five California and First Five San Diego staff for the coordination of this presentation, as well to Director Wong and Commissioner Albright for your leadership, and Vice Chair Hazen when she's here, for her continued commitment to our kiddos and families across the state. Simon's gonna help me out with our presentation and deck. I'll give a thumbs up as we transition through our time together. Children First Collective San Diego shares a lot of the same mission, vision, values as First Five California. I believe that we're representative of a regional group that really showcases the importance of the coordination and strength of advocacy on a local level that complements what's happening on a state level and federal level. In lieu of a comprehensive federal child care plan, it's really our due diligence locally to be advocating for policy changes to lower barriers to expand childcare, to address critical issues including pay parity for especially our family childcare providers, and to really look for supplemental funding where we can, whether that's from our local municipalities, philanthropy, and a combination of those. We advocate today to you all as commissioners, as we do on this dais, to our esteemed Board of Supervisors, and are enthused by the discussion around the emergency supplemental funding to First Fives. We know that working closely with Alizia and her team in First Five San Diego is looking at a $16 million deficit starting next fiscal year, which will result in significant reduction of services, especially for our healthy development services. Friends here and work group members include Tara Ryan, our inaugural program director with the City of San Diego's Office of Child and Youth Success, as well as Andrea O'Hara, our Office of Child and Youth Success Executive Director, both with the City of San Diego. Sarah Lynn Miller, or Dr. Sarah Lynn Miller, research scientist at San Diego State University, and Desiree Martinez, our County Office of Education Coordinator for Early Education and Specialty Projects. Children First Collective San Diego has had a number of wins since formally established around 4 years ago. To date, we have about $56 million that was advocated for and secured in ARPA and then CARES funding. And that includes funding that went into the pockets of our providers as early as October 2020 during the pandemic, as well as supplementing stipends to essential worker families during the pandemic. We've also seen our supervisors invest in workforce initiatives, facility initiatives, and our expansion of the Shared Service Alliance. We've worked together with the City of San Diego and County of San Diego to pass at least half a dozen different policies to lower barriers to expanding childcare. But we're really just getting started, as our North Star is local ballot initiatives to get supplemental funding for children, families, and our childcare providers. Slide. As you know, San Diego, similar to all other regions in our country, childcare continues to be scarce, inconvenient, unaffordable, and varying in quality. Slide. Some of the data cultivated from YMCA Childcare Resource Service, which is our county's resource and referral agency, continues to share quality information around what the local childcare landscape and crisis is really looking like. We've done due diligence at YMCA Resource Service in tracking providers and accessibility through the months of the pandemic. Due to local and state stipends as well as initiatives, we have seen a bit of an uptick in our family childcare homes from the start of the pandemic, which is significant, but a real decrease in our centers. When we compare the numbers, March 2020 at the start of the pandemic to real time, we have lost as high as 10% of our childcare centers and 5% of our family childcare homes. And this is in a landscape where childcare deficits range from 60% as high as 90% in some cases in San Diego, especially for those infant toddler slots. Slide. If you reference the deck, you'll be able to see some of those indicators of availability across our age ranges. Within this, we do have concentrated efforts, especially to lower barriers to infant and toddler expansion, and are working with advocates across the state to really figure out how to find pathways to yes in that expansion, including now working on amendments around that fire marshal code, which is proving to be a sticky situation. Slide. Of course, affordability in San Diego is a real issue, especially for our working families, especially for female caregivers who are aspiring to get back into the workforce or join the workforce for the first time. San Diego's rates of poverty now are impacting about 1 out of 7 children. Costs including groceries to households have risen 20% since 2020. And San Diego is now the least affordable housing market in our state, one of the top in the country. Childcare falls as the second highest expense to families. So what we can do in those stipends to families is critically important. Currently, the 2 APs in San Diego, YMCA Childcare Resource Service and Child Development Associates, are bringing families onto a rather long waiting list again. That's coupled by the fact that we are a huge military community and love and appreciate our service members, but that waiting list for military subsidy and childcare slots is an additional 3,000 children long. Slide. Our childcare providers continue to feel the impacts of major state transitions, including transitional kindergarten, but they are incredibly grateful for the work of the Childcare Provider Union, the collective bargaining that has happened to create subsidies for families to attend the slots that they have opened, as well as the one-time stipends that have really helped keep their businesses afloat. We will talk more about some of the innovative workforce programs that San Diego is administering, including our Shared Service Alliance. But we're really striving to help bring collective impact to innovation when addressing our childcare crisis. Slide. So the work is hard, you all know that. Children First Collective is solution oriented. We are focused on what's ahead, and we do that with equity, compassion, and much joy in our work. I think we really pride ourselves in our work group of being not only a well-organized machine of local advocacy, but also a safe space and a warm landing, whether that's for the partners in the collective, providers, families as they attend our events. So when we came together, we did organize an important new collection, and you'll see all of the different facets there of our region that came together to help advocate for that 56 million in different increments in CARE and then ARPA funding. Our work group members and the type of organizations they represent are listed there. The structure of our organization is that our work group meets on a weekly basis to discuss strategy. And then we have a bit of an infinity loop that we really bring to providers and parents in town halls. We also host policy circles where staffers, elected officials on a federal, state, and local level can come together to really understand that connective tissue on what's happening and frankly isn't happening to address the childcare crisis. Next slide. We take an evidence-informed approach, and through extensive survey work with our resource and referral, as well as focus groups and individual relationship building with providers and parents, we came upon the definition of our 6 different core focus areas. And currently, as well as within the last 4 years, we have varying levels of success in campaigns across all 6 of these areas. And so that includes facilities, workforce, mental and behavioral health, job benefits for working families, local government infrastructure, and then again, that North Star of local dedicated funding. So we'll be talking a bit about each of these focus areas, and my partners in Change will be doing a bit of a deep dive on some of the really special work that has come about from Children First Collective's efforts. Slide. Once more.
Looks like it's not moving.
More now. So we'll start with addressing our childcare workforce crisis. Largely women of color who are doing this work and have done this work historically in our country and who continue to experience injustice due to many policies and historic systems. Our approach to the workforce crisis is really to reconcile pay parity and sluggish provider subsidies considering the increased childcare costs. So a couple of the key initiatives and projects that we have running include a current cost model analysis and prenatal to 5 fiscal strategies. Was able to sign on with the County of San Diego Child and Family Wellbeing Department to run that research. Fortunately, prenatal to 5 fiscal strategies was able to enter an agreement with the state, leveraging a lot of what the state did to support what we're doing locally in our San Diego cost model. And that tool should be available and will be showcased as early as October. We have seen a number of our Head Start providers move to address pay parity and in their collective bargaining now have rates on par with TK to 12 teachers, which is significantly helping to fill their slots and keep their classrooms open for those families that need early Head Start and Head Start programs. And then our workforce and business development, the STEPS and Shared Service Alliance program is a point of pride, and I want to introduce Dr. Miller to talk more about that deep dive.
Thank you, Courtney. I'm going to talk about workforce development programs that we have at our
Slide. Yes, a couple of workforce development programs we have going on right here in San Diego County that are helping to increase the access to childcare. The first one is the Steps to Family Childcare Success Program. It's a collaboration between International Rescue Committee, Horn of Africa, the Chicano Federation, and then ourselves as evaluators at San Diego State University. It's a business support program for family childcare providers. It provides a 14-week training module along with one-on-one business supports. It's cohort-based, and we really reach out to immigrant and refugee communities. We use cultural navigators that share the same cultural heritage, ethnicity, and shared language with these providers to walk them through the program. Some of the outcomes that we've had in the last 4 years, we've been able to serve, first of all, we've served languages, Spanish, Somali, Arabic, and Dari. We've served 230 family childcare providers with 1,400 children. 80% of the providers have increased or sustained enrollment during the time that they're in the program. And on average, we're seeing a 21% increase in enrollment. We've been able to secure almost $400,000 for these providers through various grants and stipends here in San Diego County. Just last year, 196 business goals were completed, and 93% of these providers now have business plans to move their program forward. The second program that I want to talk about is the First Five San Diego pilot program that was funded by First Five California. It's a collaboration between the YMCA of San Diego, Child Development Associates, and Luminary Evaluation. In the pilot, they really took this individualized approach to training and coaching, and goal setting was on an as-needed basis. Their program also used business process assessment tools to identify different strengths and opportunities for these providers. They also introduced a provider software as well as subscription to the ECE Shared Resources website. So some of the outcomes from this pilot year, they had 5 center-based programs as well as 10 family childcare providers with 277 children. Some of the indicators that increased over the 2-year program were hourly wage, tuition rates, subsidy participation, CACFP participation, and business management efficiency. These 2 programs, the pilot and STEPS model, came together to create the County of San Diego Child and Family Wellbeing Shared Service Year 1. And that was funded through ARPA. We had really great outcomes. We just wrapped up the evaluation for Year 1. We had really great outcomes. We had 105 providers and that served 869 children. There was over 1,683 coaching hours during this short period of time. 73% of the providers increased or sustained enrollment. We're seeing really great numbers. And also enrollment increased by 9%. We were only able to track enrollment for about 6 months. We're going to continue to track these providers into Year 2 and really see a much bigger growth as we go forward. All of the providers in this program completed a business goal. 205 business goals were completed. And it's really just been we're going to continue to see that in Year 2. It's starting as of right now, and we're moving forward with Year 2. Also, STEPS has 3 additional cohorts that are starting this year in Arabic and in Spanish and Dari. So we're continuing good work. Wonderful, and no doubt after the roundtable that you all had yesterday, you see the importance of the work that partners are doing to really develop the entrepreneurial spirit that a lot of our refugees have had to be able to start their own business as family childcare providers. Slide. When it comes to facilities, and our childcare system, we honor the mixed delivery system. So our family childcare homes as well as centers. When it comes to that work, we've done a lot of meaningful partnership with LIF and Build Up California in working across our nexus of partners. We found that developers as well as housing financiers in San Diego were really intrigued by the co-location of childcare in affordable housing. We have a partner locally, MAC, who has done this work historically and has a number of affordable housing builds that does include a childcare center. But the question was, how do we expand that? And how do we do meaningful work to connect all sorts of providers in our mixed delivery system to these opportunities in affordable housing builds? So we did some research and developed a guide on how San Diego locally can really work with those developers to get childcare established. And that's on our website as well as hyperlinked there. It can be a resource really for a number of communities across the state. We also have a terrific outcome from that research guide, and that is inclusive priorities in city as well as county NOFAs for affordable housing builds to include childcare. So the question continues to be, how do we have that sweet carrot really brings developers into the childcare space and understanding? And so that extra point on the NOFAs has made a world of difference. And we look forward to inviting you all to future ribbon cuttings of childcare centers that are located in housing builds. We've also helped pass Measure H with the city of San Diego, which expanded the opportunity at park and rec centers through a charter amendment to include licensed childcare as a programmatic offering. I want to introduce Tara Ryan, City of San Diego's Office of Child and Youth Success, to do a deep dive on Measure H.
Good morning. Measure H was passed in November 2022 by City of San Diego voters. Overwhelmingly, almost 69% of voters passed Measure H. And what Measure H did was actually change the city charter to create an allowance for childcare to operate on city park and recreation space. So previously, if space was identified as park and recreation space, you could only have those activities operating there, and now childcare is an allowable use on city park and rec space. Measure H was not passed with any funding, just the allowance. And so our office, Child and Youth Success, has been working really closely with the city's park and recreation department to figure out how to implement Measure H, starting with just identifying locations where it may be feasible and where there's a great need. We looked across the city at various recreation centers and park spaces as well as other facilities to see where there might be an opportunity to create licensed childcare. At the same time, we looked closely at the data to identify the places with greatest scarcity as well as community need. And we'll be moving forward with more intensive feasibility studies to look at the areas we prioritize based on those greatest needs and highest levels of scarcity to see what the real cost would be to create a licensed childcare facility. We want to be able to offer facility to community providers. These programs would not be run directly by the city of San Diego, rather offered through a procurement process to community providers. We want to be able to do that at a rate that's affordable to allow access to those community providers. Some of the challenges, as I mentioned, we haven't identified a secure funding source. We're continuing to work on that. And other challenges are just really identifying the space that can be suitable for licensed childcare. It's on park and rec space, so some of those spaces are serving a need already for other community uses and recreational uses, youth, et cetera. So we're just engaging in ongoing conversations with Parks and Rec and other community organizations to really get on the same page and identify those opportunities. But despite the challenges, we know that this is possible. It's an exciting opportunity. I think there's going to be beautiful spaces created in our city parks and really building on the opportunity and the synergy that that can bring to those communities to support children and families in the workforce. I also just want to point out, separately from Measure H, one of the things that our office is doing is working with the city's planning department to highlighting opportunities to look at ordinances in the municipal code to reduce barriers for childcare providers in creating or developing childcare facilities. And this year, a couple based on some of our recommendations and just highlighting the great needs for childcare providers, a number of ordinances were passed to modify municipal code. That includes sort of revising the language of the municipal code to make sure that the city was compliant with the recently passed Senate Bill 234 to reduce barriers for family childcare providers. Also expanding bonuses for floor area ratio for childcare facilities to more zones around, the city, where childcare is allowable. So I will stop there and turn it back to Courtney.
Thanks so much, Tara. Thinking about mental and behavioral health support, again, in our community proven evidence, behavioral health support for our providers as well as parents continues to be something that is the first breath when asked, what more support do you need for your business, for the kiddos that you're working with? The pandemic certainly took a toll not only on kiddos, but caregivers as well. That coupled with the continued stress of affordability that families are living with, we know that much more needs to be done, especially with the transition of the Mental Health Service Act funding. So in partnering with Rady Children's Hospital and the American Academy of Pediatrics locally, we are in a current campaign, partnering hopefully with our Board of Supervisors to pass the probability of our behavioral health services producing a longer term plan for child and youth mental and behavioral health. We currently have that for our adult continuum of care, but that does not exist for children and youth in San Diego, which makes it very difficult to advocate for innovation and supplemental funding for that system. Slide. There's more statistics here on what California and San Diego is experiencing in the deficit of mental and behavioral health services. We're very grateful to partners like Children Now, who continue to put out their dashboard and scorecard and showcase, really devastating information, including the fact that California is dead last in access to mental and behavioral health services for children and youth. Slide. So local government infrastructure that supports children and family. Prior to the pandemic, it was difficult in San Diego to even get a meeting with elected officials about childcare. It took the pandemic to really open the eyes of how critical childcare is to our economic resilience. We are enthusiastic and so grateful for the local champions that we have now on councils and on our Board of Supervisors. We were able to mobilize a couple of years back and really pick up the baton that advocates have championed for years to establish local government infrastructure for children and youth. Children First Collective partnered with a number of youth-driven, youth-led advocacy organizations, including Youth Will, and we were able to get the Office of Child and Youth Success over the finish line and funded with the City of San Diego, albeit modest funding. But I want to introduce our inaugural Executive Director of the Office of Child and Youth Success, Andrea O'Hara, to tell her about the special work that she's leading.
Thank you, Courtney. Good morning, commissioners. I'm going to give you a brief look into how municipalities can successfully collaborate with organizations like Children's First Collective. There have been many cities across California that have an adopted child and youth plan, focusing on children, youth priorities, and bridging gaps where counties and school districts are not able to provide quality services and programs. However, many of these cities' plans are unfunded, low funded, or take a lower priority to cities focusing on improving infrastructure and operations. In July 2024, the City of San Diego City Council unanimously voted to approve and adopt the First Child and Youth Plan. This plan aims to prioritize San Diego's youngest community by providing access to resources, services, and high-quality programs to improve social, health, and educational outcomes. Through trust, transparency, equity, and inclusion, the City of San Diego's Office of Child and Youth Success coordinated a network of community stakeholders that came together to create a shared framework that aims to deliver high-impact solutions to challenging circumstances for young people, empowering them to thrive in the community they serve. Throughout the 1.5-year-long planning process, we held 9 town halls, 34 youth focus groups hearing for over 300 youth, and held 13 steering committee meetings that led to the creation of 5 focus areas, each with their own goals, objectives, and adopted frameworks which are grounded in proven research-based strategies to create successful outcomes for children, youth, and young adults. The Child and Youth Strategic Plan builds on youth-led research, community conversations, steering committees, and cross-sector leaders at school districts, the counties, community-based organizations, small and large nonprofits, all with a vision to co-create this plan with 5 strategic areas to focus on. Focusing on education and career pathways, economic and workforce development, youth empowerment, engaging activities, and of course, childcare as one of the focus areas. I'm going to turn it over to Tara Ryan, our program coordinator, who specializes in our early learning and childcare focus area. And she'll begin to talk about those objectives and goals in the childcare focus area. Thank you.
Focus area 5, as Adrian mentioned, is about childcare. The goal is to increase safe, quality, and affordable early learning and care opportunities for San Diego families by strengthening systems, partnerships, and resources for operations, facilities, funding, education of the workforce, and recruitment. Aligning with the National League of Cities Equitable Early Care and Education Framework. Adopting the framework acknowledges that aligned and equitable systems of care and education can result in and increase services and the ability to ensure adequate supply and access in all San Diego neighborhoods. Additionally, we can improve the ability to build upon gains as young children grow and move from one program to the next. Focus Area 5 is aligned with both the City of San Diego's Economic Development Strategic Plan, as well as the County of San Diego's Child Care Blueprint, which we're about to hear more about. This strategic alignment between various plans allows these groups responsible for addressing the goals and objectives, the ability to compare strategies and opportunities, and to collaborate with other city and county departments through cross-functional collaboration to increase output efficiency, drive strategy, promote fiscally responsible programs. And I'm going to write this up. I'm sorry.
We're gonna be respectful of your packed agenda and time. So Simon, if we could just go to the last slide there. Thank you so much to the First Five San Diego team, who does have copies of the San Diego County Child Care Blueprint there. We want to thank Des Martinez's leadership with our County Office of Ed and our local planning council for working through the implementation of that blueprint in conjunction with the county. Other highlights and innovations for San Diego, we are finishing our first guaranteed income pilot through Jewish Family Services. We continue to stress the importance of trust to families, flexibility, and the vision to do something different for these families. Our facilities program that Mission Driven Finance is running, called the CARE program, is also something to check out and look forward to learning more. And our ask is to follow us on social media. Our parent fellow, Megan Moore, is here, and we're so grateful for the time and attention that you all give to kiddos and families across California. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was incredible. I know, Des Martinez, we weren't able to get to your full presentation, and we'd love to learn more. In addition to providing the blueprint, I hope you also are able to provide your slide deck so that we can have that and share that with the commissioners and with our public. And so, Director Wong, if we can arrange for that. We also received a handout, if we can put all that information up on the web. Certainly seems as if San Diego is a model for leveraging incredible work for children and families, and leveraging funding and leveraging solutions that make a change. I want to just open it up to see if any commissioners have any questions or comments. We are a bit late on our agenda, so I want to be mindful about that as well. But any questions or comments? Thank you so much. Yes, of course.
I just really appreciate the work and really so many entities coming together and really focusing on systems change. And I think as we think about our work across the state, really thinking more deeply about how we can support and build capacity within local organizations. To think about how we can build sustainable local sources of funding to really drive the change and support families and children in all the ways that you're thinking about. So really, thank you for sharing some great examples.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Vice Chair Hazen. Our next item on the agenda is item number 2, public comment. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes on any non-agendized items or items not related to pending judicial, administrative, litigation, or personnel matters. No action by the State Commission may be taken on this public comment. If you wish to comment, use the raise hand function, and our esteemed colleague Lisa Moreno will call on the public in the order in which they signed up, starting with those in the room in San Diego, and then those in the virtual queue. Are there any members of public who would like to make a comment? Please come up. Lara Rad, the Discovery Source. Thank you. Thank you.
Sliding down my shoes. Thank you so much for having me today. Did everyone get copies of the Baby Home Starts? Okay, so I know some people ran this. I actually was meet up. Yeah, yay. So, thank you for all you do to improve the lives of children and families. And all to you in the room too, because I see some friendly faces out here that also support our community. I wanted to share with you our Baby Home Start and Home Start. I'm with the Discovery Source, and we are a solution company based here in San Diego. And our Baby Home Start and Home Starts are available in any language, and they encourage conversations between parents and caregivers and their children from birth on around everyday activities. So I love your consideration for these and inclusion with some of your parent resources. And I have extra samples if anyone in the room needs some. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public in the room? I know we have several on. And Lisa Moreau, I mispronounced your name. I am so apologetic. But Lisa, are there, it looks like we may have 3 or 4 people in the queue.
That's correct. We have Serena.
Serena, please go forward.
So much for hearing me today. My name is Serena Lynn. I work for Educational Enrichment Systems. It's a center-based nonprofit childcare development agency that contracts with the Department of Education and Department of Civil Services to annually educate and care for over 1,000 infant, toddler, and preschool age students from low-income families. I'm also a member of the Children First Collective and proud mom of 2 children, 4-year-old son and 7-year-old daughter. Just wanted to base my comments and all of that because they all matter. I strongly support First 5 Association proposal for the commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund for the local county of First 5. It's on a personal level and also a professional level that I want to speak to you today. My daughter was one of the millions of children that benefited from the free speech assessment and speech therapy when she was 2 years old.
I believe you're speaking on an agendized item that you can speak later on in the agenda. If this is about a non-agendized item, then of course, please go ahead. But if it's about an agendized item, we would request that you speak at that point.
Yes, I am sincerely apologize. Thank you for the presentation from Children First Collective then, and I'm going to skip past that little comment that I just made and go into, I'd be remiss if I did not give a shout out to Alethea, the First 5 San Diego Executive Director. Her expertise and experience in the field, her leadership, her vision, interest to make sustainable change has made a huge impact for providers throughout San Diego County, and I apologize for that error earlier. Thank you.
No, that's okay. And anyone else in the queue, if this is public comment for non-agendized items. And so Simon or Lisa, if you could identify the next person.
Sarah Salazar.
Hello, my name is Sarah Salazar, and I've been in the early education field since the late 90s. And I recall when Proposition 10 was created in 1998, it was an exciting time to see and hear the importance of early education programs in the news and on the cover of Newsweek. The basic concepts of early brain development was established over decades of neuroscience and behavior research, helped illustrate why child development, particularly from the years of birth to the age of 5 years, is a foundation for prosperous and sustainable society. First Five California's overarching goal is and has been to improve the lives of young children and their families, to ensure that California's children receive the best possible start in life and thrive. It was established to create a needed statewide integrated comprehensive collaborative system to enhance early childhood development. Current revenue changes are threatening this intent. The stabilization fund is needed to ensure the collective First Five network is strong and stable, so we can work together to benefit all of California's youngest children and their families. I urge you to commit today to the stabilization fund and will be brought back for action and approval at your next commission meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for those other members of the public that are on the call, we are getting public comment of non-agendized items. So it is not about the association's request. Any other matter, please feel free, and you will have an opportunity to speak about the agendized item at a later point in the agenda. And
We have one
looks like we
more.
have a couple more.
One more, Katie Rast.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to make comment. Our intention was to make comment in support of the request to create a stabilization fund. Is this an appropriate time to make that comment, or should I wait?
It would be great if you could wait and we could hear all those comments at one time.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. That agenda item will come up in just a few moments. Anyone else?
No.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I appreciate those on the call. Feel free to come back when that item is called. Our next item on the agenda is our consent calendar. I don't know if we have a slide on this.
We do.
While that's coming up, I just wanted to be able to have an opportunity to explain the consent agenda. It's an important governance item. And sometimes it is unclear what goes on it and what doesn't. So I asked the team to put on the agenda, what are the appropriate contours of a consent agenda? Item on the consent calendar typically include prior commission meeting minutes, ratification of contracts that are either already approved by the commission or fall at or below $150,000. Consent items are considered routine and will be enacted on one motion by a vote. There is no separate discussion of these items unless the commission, members of the public, or staff request specific items be removed for separate discussion and action items. Any agenda item removed will be voted on in a following motion, a separate motion after the consent agenda. I also wanted to remind everybody about delegated responsibilities. The California Children and Families bylaws state the First Five California Executive Director and the Chief Deputy Director have delegated authority from the commission to enter into or amend contracts of $150,000 or less that are deemed necessary and appropriate to carry out provisions and purposes of the California Children and Families Act. For all contracts in excess of $150,000, after the commission has authorized expenditure for these contracts, the commission delegates authority to the executive director or his or her designee, the authority to award or enter into such contracts. Once executed, all agreements in excess of $5,000 must be ratified by the commission. So you have that information, and I just wanted to make sure that as I become new chair, that we just clarify some of that. I will defer, let's see, what do we want to do? So I wanted to ask if any commission or member of the public wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda. Okay, seeing none. If I can call for a motion, it would be something along the lines of, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? I move to approve the consent agenda.
Yeah. Okay, so just to clarify, in our binders, there's reference to July 25th, 2019 meeting minutes. And so I just want to make sure we're actually talking.
Yeah, there was, it linked online to the wrong agenda item. So what you're approving is the highlights from the May meetings and the ratifications document that should be current. Yes, sorry.
So just wanted to clarify that, so yes, I moved to approve the May 2024 meeting minutes.
Correct.
Not.
Apologies for that.
No, thank you. And all that information's been posted online.
It has, and we'll update that particular webpage that has the wrong information. So
Thank you.
the documents that you receive are the correct ones.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. So posted.
Clarification, are you? Vice Chair Hazen, are you moving that we approve consent calendar as presented? Yes. Then I will second your motion.
Thank you both. Lisa, could you do a roll call, please?
Katie Albright,
Aye.
Jen Hazen. Aye. Nelson Jimenez. Aye. Jackie Majors. Aye. Vivian Velasco Paz. Aye. Amy Bernardino Bobby.
Aye.
Lori Russo.
Aye. Thank you so much. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. We're gonna now move on to our regular agenda. This is an opportunity for first 5 team members to present informational items. There's no action that will be taken on these items. The first item is item number 4, our strategic plan update. And I'd like to welcome Director Wong and Arabella Advisors to present the strategic plan update. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the executive committee that's been helping us really fine tune this process and engage the commission and provide updates about the process of the strategic plan. We are about a month delayed, so we will adopt in January 2025 versus before. But I'd love to welcome Arabella Advisors, who've been just critical partners in helping us draft the plan. So Alma, Anna, and Emma are here, and Andrew are here to present the status. So, do they have access to share screen? I don't know if they have, you're allowing video for them.
Andrew is allowing you to share screen.
Can you hear me when I talk?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't do a video on,
Let
it's
me
not allowing me to share video, but yeah.
If you put all 3 of them.
Thank you. Hello again, how are you?
Well, Andrew, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. We're just going to get set up here and then start to share our slides. So just if you wouldn't mind, just giving us a moment. It's so good to see you since the budget meeting that we had a few months ago. And thank you again to the chair and vice chair for giving us some extra time to bounce some early thinking on the strategic plan off of you about a month ago at this point. We wanted to provide the full commission with an update on where the strategic plan and change management process is. We are in a good place. We have a lot, we've had a lot of conversations internally to get to the early sort of draft of where we want to go. We have plans for quite a bit of community engagement and staff engagement over the course of the next couple quarters, and then we'll be engaging you all as well at your next regularly scheduled commission meeting. But thought it was the right time to get some good feedback from you on the direction of the plan. And I know that my colleague had sent around some slides and a memo for you all to review in advance of this meeting, but wanted to take some time to walk through where we're thinking right now. So just in terms of how we'll spend the time, we will go through where we are in the process. My colleague Alma will go through where we are in the process of developing the strategic plan. I want to talk with the commission a bit about the framework and direction of the strategic plan as it stands right now, sort of what we want to use as a mechanism to organize the information, and the level of the goals, sub-goals, and activities that we are starting to stack into the strategic plan. And then we'll discuss our plans for gathering input from outside parties outside of First Five California in order to supplement, augment, and shape the strategic plan. So that's how we would like to spend our time today. Before we get started, any comments or questions from either the commission or First Five leadership?
As you can see, this is Katie. As you can see from the time, we are a little bit behind. So if
That's
you're
fine.
able to catch us up, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Can you, yes, can you remind me if we are done here at 55? It would be 1:55 for me, but 10, 11, 12, 1, 10:55 for you all?
Yes, within, a few minutes of that would be
Great.
terrific.
Can do. Okay, I'll turn it over to Alma and you can provide a bit of an update about where we are.
Sure, and I can keep this part snappy. We're going to talk a little bit more about process updates again at the end. So Chair Albright, if it's okay with you, maybe I'll just cover this real quick. And then if there are questions about process, we can cover them at the end. This should look familiar to folks. Just as an update, Andrew sort of gave you the highlights there, but on the top of the screen is sort of where we are in the strategic planning process. Since we last met with all of you in May, we have had one-on-one conversations with each of you to talk a little bit more about the plan and systems change. We had our last one of those this week, so we just wrapped those up. We've also, as Andrew said, had a few conversations with the First Five leadership team to really drill down on what are the activities and investments that are going to carry forward into 2025 and beyond? Where is there room to reshape or rethink some of the existing activities and investments? And then really, where might there be room to introduce entirely new priorities or bodies of work? On the bottom half of the screen is the change management work. This is some of the work around creating a commitment to equity statement and some of the work with staff. We are still in the early days there, but we had a good conversation with staff in person in July to talk about the body of work, this body of work. And they also went through their first all staff training on concepts of equity that also happened in July. Andrew, I think we can keep it moving and talk about the framework.
As you wish. I wanted to introduce the slide to say what the framework is and what you're going to see on the next few slides. And if you reviewed the documents that Alma had sent over, then you may have already had a chance to review this slide and some of the subsequent ideation that we've done. But one thing that we want to share with you is that we took a piece of feedback seriously that the chair and vice chair had given us, which was that they felt very strongly that the strategic plan needed 4-year sub-goals. So below the North Star and Audacious goal, that the plan, that the strategic plan should have very clearly articulated sub-goals, what's going to be achieved on these goals, on this audacious goal over the course of the next few years, and how are you going to measure that with his sort of as few and as pithy quantitative or qualitative metrics as possible. And so we have added in what we think are some draft 4-year sub goals, things that are sort of underneath the audacious goal or derived from the audacious goal. I want to say that these are not final. We have proposed them based off of conversations that we've had with the leadership team, but that they will undergo iteration from your feedback, from external feedback, and from staff feedback before they are finalized in the plan. So the question we're going to be asking you today, and Alma is going to facilitate this conversation, is not like, do you really love or do you really hate these goals, but are these goals sort of getting at the right altitude for what you think First Five California as an agency should be tying itself to over the next 4 years? Are they aspirational enough? Are they too tactical, et cetera? And I know that's kind of a difficult conversation to have sometimes about altitude, but that's the one we want to really have today. Some of the investments and activities that we've listed in the framework are in fact confirmed. They're things that the agency is committed to doing already, while other things are likely to be subject to further refinement or reshaping. And we see this as a pretty big opportunity. It's an opportunity to make all of these investments more equitable, to be more strategic, and to be more in line with the roles that we see for First Five California. And so there are a lot of things that are firm and on the table, and where you have a question or you have an opinion, we're really interested in that, because not everything is crystal yet, and so we can there's the opportunity to shape it. And lastly, we're not yet ready to discuss outcomes and indicators of the strategy. We will get to that stage, I think, by October, and we'll have more clarity for you all to react to on if these are the sub goals and these are the things we're going to do to reach those goals. How are we going to know it's working? We do anticipate getting to that stage, but we are not there yet, and wanted to flag that. So if you're thinking like, well, how are we going to know? The answer is, I'm not sure yet, but we will. That's part of our process to figure out. We have a set of discussion questions here too for later, and we will abbreviate this discussion for the time we have allotted, but feel free to ping us, to email us, or to request one-on-one time. We're happy to do more one-on-one conversations with you, which we found really productive over the course of the past couple of months. We're going to be asking things like which elements of the framework are resonating with you and which elements of the framework are not resonating with you, which are aligned with the roles that First Five California has carved out for itself. And what would you like us to keep in mind as we start to articulate outcomes and indicators? The only other thing I want to make sure that the commission understands is that when we have organized this strategic framework, the prior strategic framework was organized sort of according to statutory areas, child health, family resiliency, et cetera. And it had sort of, I don't remember the strategic plan, but it had sort of the house diagram of like, it's going to be these three things, and then under them, there's going to be policies and practices and stuff like this. This strategic plan, we are trying to organize a little bit more intuitively based on how the organization operates according to the roles or the four roles of the organization that Alma is going to show on the next slide. That Jackie has helped articulate since around 2021, I believe. And those are advocate, broadcaster, convener and connector, and catalyst. We think it's important to do it that way because it clearly defines not only what the organization is about and what role the organization plays, but we think those four roles really tie to systems change in a very direct way, to advocate, to catalyze new things, to catalyze new systems, to broadcast messages, to change narratives, et cetera. And so there was a rationale for deciding to use that as an organizing mechanism for the framework. I'll pause there, and that's my sort of what you're about to see. I will let Alma go through the sort of draft framework as it stands, and then we'll open up to some of these discussion questions. I'm gonna go on mute.
Emma, can you scoot just one slide forward? Okay, so this is in visual form, hopefully a semi, at least digestible version of what Andrew just voiced over for all of you. So this is what you saw in the pre-read. This is our attempt at knowing the audacious goal and North Star are really the anchor here. That's what you see up top. Then there's 4 columns that cut across all these different things. And those are the roles that Andrew was just talking about. Catalyst role, the advocate role, convener and connector, and then broadcaster. Underneath that, this is again, I'm sorry to keep repeating ourselves, but these are really draft goals, what you're seeing in the red and pink boxes. But really, this is sort of where we want to land, is with a manageable number of goals that are sort of striking the right balance for all of you between what is realistic in terms of making meaningful and incremental progress towards the North Star and audacious goal over the next 4 years. But at the same time, what is realistically going to be tied to your investments and activities. We need to strike that right balance so that at the end of 4 years, at the end of 2028, you're all able to look back and say, yes or no, did we achieve these goals? Did we really achieve the things that we set out to? But we also want the goals, I realize I'm sort of like, there are a lot of caveats here. We want them to really feel sort of the right level of aspirational. We do want these to speak to your highest ambitions for the North Star and audacious goal over the next 4 years, while still feeling within reason and achievable. So underneath those red and pink boxes, that's where we've listed the investments and activities that we see feeding into those sub goals. And then, as Andrew said, at the very bottom, outcomes and indicators, we have not developed those yet, but we want you all to keep in mind that we are going to develop some measurable things that First Five will be able to track over the course of 4 years. And at the end, we'll be able to really look at those and say, like, yes or no, did we achieve these things? Andrew, is there anything else that we wanted to say about the framework itself before we get into some of the questions?
No, I think it would be helpful maybe just to go through one column as an example column because we want to get into the question about altitude. So maybe just digging in on one, whether it's catalyst or advocate, might be a good representative example. I don't know that we need to go through every word here.
Sure.
Would you be able to do that?
Do you want to do the advocate one?
Sure, I'm happy to do the advocate one. That's very nice. Or you can do it. Sorry, we're doing tennis. I apologize that, but Alma, why don't you do it?
Okay. This again, I'll say it one last time. These goals really are in draft form. Our team still has a lot to work to do to talking with Dr. Angela Williams and with Jorge to really make sure that these are representative of what the organization is doing and is going to be able to do. But the idea is that we know there are a lot of investments and activities that are currently focused on doing things like advancing paid leave across California, that are, there is some participation in some statewide policy tables, that kind of thing. So that's what we're talking about when we say investments and activities. And then those could ideally ladder up to doing things like leading efforts to significantly expand access to paid leave across the state, doing things like supporting adoption of greater child tax credits and incentives across the state. That's sort of where we're seeing that connection between what are the things that First Five is really going to do and invest in, and what is that going to contribute to in terms of impact for families and children in California. And then that will be paired with outcomes and indicators for each of these. So for the advocacy role, those could likely be some legislative indicators talking about like a number of folks who supported a bill, something like that. Andrew, maybe we can open it up for some just high-level impressions of the framework, and then we can talk specifically about the roles and the goals.
I think that would be great.
Perfect.
I think this would be a good time for folks to chime in with whether they are hearing this in real time or whether they had a chance to review some of the slides ahead of time. Dive in to this first discussion question about the altitude of the first of the sub goals. And if I don't mean to pick on anybody, and I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but if since the vice chair and chair sort of gave us the feedback about sub goals, I have a question about whether this sort of meets the spirit of what you had recommended to us when you made the suggestion.
Vice Chair Hazen.
Thank you. So I still think I shared this feedback in a committee setting, and I'll share it again here. It feels backwards to me. I think it's really critical that our focus is on outcomes. What are we seeking to achieve? What is the change that we seek for children and families across California? And then how do we leverage our roles as catalyst, advocate, community broadcaster to achieve that big change we seek, right? Those outcomes and indicators. And so to start with what we're doing, right? Sort of the activities and outputs instead of the outcomes feels backwards to me. And so I would appreciate thinking about the outcomes and then working through the other elements here.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree. I know we're talking about the sub goals. And when I look at the investments and activities, those are ways of implementing outcomes and indicators. So it's hard to know if those are the correct ones without understanding what the outcomes and indicators that we're trying to achieve are. So I would urge us to really focus on what are the outcomes and indicators within those 4 areas: catalyst, advocate, convener, broadcaster. I believe those are the right areas. I lean on the team and Director Wong's leadership around that. And just urge us to think about outcomes and indicators as Vice Chair Hazen spoke about. I don't know if other commissioners have any comments or thoughts on this particular area. Or even just, what you, the sub goals, what you see on the page.
This is Commissioner Jimenez. I agree with both of you. Typically in my day-to-day role, we think about what is it that we're trying to achieve
and then build towards that. So I don't know if there's a way that we could figure out, because I'm looking like under advocate, right? Lead efforts to significantly expand access to paid family leave and prenatal and postpartum care in California. So are we saying then the entry into prenatal care is this in California now, and we hope to decrease it to this over what period of time? I think that would help to solidify if these are the right sub goals to get us to what that outcome is that we hope to achieve.
Just want
I
to
think
make,
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I think any other commissioner, sorry, through Director Wong.
okay, so,
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. Williams, go ahead.
so just to make a mention, I agree with you, that makes total sense, right? Outcomes are important. But just maybe a way of looking at this to understand what's there, because you're absolutely right. Outcomes are important. We have to then backwards engineer them into how we're going to do it. In 2021, the commission agreed to go forward with the audacious goal of the North Star, which is the highest level, right? It's kind of a question of induction or deduction. But what you all are saying is come at it deductively from the groundwork of outcomes, right? This is really just a chart focused on the larger goal of the audacious goal is to be implemented through the superpowers and the particular tasks of the state agency, right? So when we say catalyst, advocate, convener, broadcaster, that's the state agency, that's what we do. All of the rest is really open. I think that's a part of the last point, what Arabella was saying. This is really just a template. This is not, none of these things are set in stone. The only thing that's set in stone is the audacious goal, which that was agreed upon by the commission in 2021. And again, catalyst through broadcaster is just a description of what the state agency does.
Just reflecting back on discussion and again, we are in the process, and we've always talked about indicators and dashboards, how are we measuring what we're doing? And does it have an impact that we intended to? We need to be extremely clear about is it X, what are we, I agree. And we're in the process of doing that. We have, we've been having conversations consistently about how we apply the RBD framework. My wondering for the commission is, and this is broadly, and to help Arabella fine tune. And staff will do the work, on the specifics, is are these the correct areas, right? Are these, you know, in terms of outcomes indicators, are we talking about health outcomes, child development, compatibility, what does that look like? For just more broadly for the commission, so that we can go back and drill down, we want X percentage of families to be well, and this is what we mean by healthy, right? And this is what we mean by healthy families, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what we're trying to.
So let me offer just an example, and with a caveat that I have somebody that thinks out loud, and it's hard to do that in a public setting, so let me just try it. So I'm just brainstorming here. So we're focusing on the advocacy area, and I very much appreciate, Dr. Williams, what you were saying about the audacious goal. And what I heard that to be is that that is actually a long-term outcome. That in a generation time span, all children 0 to 5, the population, will have safe, stable, nurturing relationships, environments necessary to achieve health and development. That is both our audacious goal and our long-term outcome. And therefore, under the advocacy plank, it would be something like advocate for policy change to ensure that all children 0 to 5 will have a safe, stable, nurturing relationship and environment necessary to achieve healthy development in a generation, or something like that. And then the question that we're being asked is, does the sub-goals of paid family leave, childcare tax credits, universal basic income, and universal health care, I would also split those up. Those are very different and complicated things. Do those things achieve that outcome? Is that another way to frame this? Okay. I think that's super helpful. I appreciate the clarity around what the audacious goal is with the outcome. I would suggest that we put that in the smaller blue boxes below under each segment. And in terms of indicators, my goodness, I really rely on, people who are much more, skilled than I am in this particular area and have more content knowledge. But if we did something like that, Vice Chair Hazen, would that achieve some of what we're going for, or is that still not at the right altitude or too big?
It's still, and I'm saying backwards, but for me, that's how it's landing. For me, I'm trying to understand, based on all of the work we've done, based on everything we know about children and families in California, what are the highest leverage things this commission can do, the capacity we have, the expertise we have, to ensure that all children have the SSNRs they need, right? And what are the 3 things that we think are gonna get children there? This really feels focused on us and not the change we're seeking, because the audacious goal is right. But then what are the shorter term things at the end of 3 years, 5 years, or whatever the term is? Do we want to be different for kids that will show we are on track to doing this big audacious thing over a generation? I think when we start with the work of adults, instead of what we want to be different for children, we're getting it backwards. So yes, the roles are right. Catalyst, advocate, convener, and broadcaster, but starting with them instead of thinking through, here is that big outcome. And then this is how we leverage our superpowers to achieve that outcome. Still feels not quite right if we can get there.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Oh, that was a real question. I didn't know if it was appropriate for me to ask a question. To follow up on the vice chair's comment, what, in your view, might be an example of starting from the right place? If this feels backwards to you, like we're starting with, like we're missing a step about the outcomes over the next 4 years underneath the audacious goal. We know that the audacious goal is we want to end up in a generation, and let's say a generation is 20 years. And so this is a 4-year strategic plan. And so it gets us 1/5 of the way to the audacious goal. Is what you're saying that it would be really helpful for you to have something as defined as something defined almost numerically or quantitatively, like we're going to have achieved X percentage points of change by 2028, or we're going to have achieved this increase in such and such. Is it that granular that would really help you say, like, okay, now I know what the goal is for 2028, and so I can think about what the activities should be to get to that goal?
Yes, and I think Commissioner Jimenez spelled it out really beautifully, right? What is the start point, end point, baseline, and what is the outcome, numeric outcome? I am. So I think that you are experiencing something that it is slightly backwards, right? We have not necessarily applied the RE framework in our last draft. And we are approved certain investments, so that's what you're seeing now in the 4 years. So we are kind of mushing, we're in this transition strategic plan where I will not want to go backwards. We approved things that weren't necessarily within the RBA framework, and now we're applying this because that's where the North Star is. And so that's why you see things that the commission has already approved, Fit for New Parents, group, child behavioral health. These are things that have already been approved under the current strat plan. And as we move 4 years, so we had a 5-year budgeting and investment plan, and that's why it does feel that way. So I want to acknowledge Vice Chair Hazen that it does, because we are kind of now saying, how are we going to, when we invest and got RFPs, what is the outcome, how we measure this, and then we have a wonderful research team and a wonderful deputy director, and then we're trying to kind of wrap our hands around that RBA framework with investments that have already been approved. So that's why I feel the and I think that's right, we can still figure out what the indicators are, and we should. But that's.
Commissioner Majors, Commissioner Majors.
Thank you. So I'm gonna challenge us a little bit. The fact that we have come to a place where we're talking about First Time California as the catalyst, the advocate, the convener, and the broadcaster. I have new glasses on, it does say broadcaster. I think is really good. The commission and the counties have different roles. And I think as we look towards our strategic plan, I appreciate the fact that as we think about a strategic plan, we have to be realistic in terms of what we're already doing. But if we're really challenging ourselves to do a strategic plan, we have to look forward. And so while I agree with my fellow commissioners that I won't say I feel like it's backwards, I feel like we're missing something. We're just missing some of the information and those more tangible goals and outcomes that I think we want to see. And I want to put a pin in this because I want to remember what we're saying right now when we're saying we want to focus on outcomes and not us. Outcomes and not organization, outcomes and not adults. I want us to remember that for our conversation today. But if we really look at the four headers, I really like how that feels because one of the things as I've been on this commission for a long time that I wanted to more clearly define is who is the commission, declining revenues, fill it up. Where do we get the best bang of our buck and leverage from our role and our position as a commission? And defining that as we move forward with our work, because that is going to look different than it has looked in the past. And so I didn't really have a comment about wordsmithing any of this. I do agree with everything everybody has said, but I do want to focus on the positive that I really like that we're finally calling ourselves the catalyst, the advocate, the convener, and the broadcaster. And not necessarily, and it can be controversial, but the direct service deliverer.
You're the chair. I agree with Commissioner Majors' comments. The first question was, are we aligned on the approach of organizing the strategy by the roles? And I agree, I do see us as the catalyst, advocate, convener, and broadcaster in this space. So I'll second that. Now, in terms of like where we go here after here, when I look at the second area, which is, are we aligned on the altitude of the draft sub goals? I do think we're in this kind of weird space where we're already in the process of implementation, and now we kind of have to draft the plan that will then guide the work through the rest of the 4-year period. From the surface, I agree that these sub goals do really state what activity or action we as a commission will take in those 4 areas. And I think the next step for me would be, are there outcomes out there or indicators that we can strive to, achieve based on our role, and are these the right sub goals? So just to kind of finish the story on the first one, which is to significantly expand access to family paid leave, prenatal and postpartum care in California. I mean, we can just look to our partners at the California Department of Public Health and look at what the Healthy People 2030 target is. 80.5% of Californians will have adequate prenatal care. Currently, California in 2022 was at 73.4%. So then what is realistic over the next 4 years, the next 8, 12, et cetera, that could be achieved? And then what is our influence in that space to move the needle up towards that 80.5% by 2030?
Super conversation. Thank you so much. Other commissioners? Chip? I think what you said, Commissioner Majors, is very critical in defining who we are as a commission and what our role is, especially after COVID, and, just being more flexible and pivoting on that, and then relying on the partnerships that we have to develop those outcomes and to work to develop those outcomes and indicators in partnership with our group. So. Thank you.
Yeah, I also agree that that I like that we're defining what we're doing, catalyst, advocate, convener, broadcaster. I think I vet out more the convener, sub goals, the annual summit, just, it seems as though long-term sustainability is important to all of us, and so really, focusing over the next 3 years on that topic is, I think, very, very important.
Thank you. And I want to pick up on one thing that Commissioner Jimenez said, and as well as Vice Chair Hazen, on the yellow section in terms of investments and activities. It may be actually helpful to break that out or put in time spans in there. If there's some changes that are going to happen over a 4-year period, doesn't have to be to the date, but sort of directionally, or even to identify what is new, areas, what may be areas that change or phase out, so that it's clear in that area what those are. Andrew, we've taken the one question, we've done a lot with it. Please let us know how you want to proceed. Yeah, Vice Chair Hazen.
One more quick one, in terms of the investments and activities. I think understanding which investments and activities are tied to which outcomes, is really important.
Thank you. Andrew, turn it back to you.
This has been very a helpful conversation. I think maybe we left our executive committee conversation a little bit more. I think I have more clarity now on sort of what you were getting at. I want to say a couple of things about the application of really granular or quantitative outcomes measurements to the strategic plan. To Jackie's point earlier, the organization has not historically committed itself to specific population level outcomes within the context of a strategic plan, and to my knowledge doesn't have a viewpoint on what those indicators would look like within a generation or to meet the audacious goal. So we'll have a conversation with Jackie and Dr. Dominguez Brinkley about what could be possible what is possible and probable and doable in terms of developing granular or quantitative outcome indicators, such as like this percentage of people, this is the way we'll move the needle, etc. So I can't commit to those off the top of my head, but I think that there's something there, and that maybe what we can do is move some of what's in green, some of those outcomes up to the top underneath the audacious goal, and say this is the audacious goal for the generation, and then within 4 years what we would like to see is this. What we would like to see is as close as we can get to these key outcomes over the course of the next few years. We think to do that, what we're going to have to do is all of this stuff in red and yellow. We're going to have to focus on these things in red, and to focus on these things in red, we're going to have to do these sets of activities, these tactics. So I think this is good advice for us. I think we can get closer to it in the next iteration of the document, or the next iteration of the strategic plan that you see. And it should be informed, as I couldn't tell who was saying it because I can't exactly see all the commissioners as they speak, but one of the commissioners was saying, there are partners that have helped the field define goals, the 2030 goals, et cetera. And it may not be an exercise so much of just simply creating things out of thin air as aligning with goals that already exist in the field. And I think that is a really helpful note for us as well. So a lot of really helpful feedback for us. I think a takeaway for me is folks are, even if it feels a little backward, folks are excited about the idea of articulating the role of the commission, the First 5 California Commission, as prioritizing leverage, and that these roles do prioritize that leverage in an environment of declining revenue over time, such that it may not be possible in coming years to support direct service work in the way that you have in the past, and that these roles might be more a better fit for what the future of the agency may hold. And so I think we have a little bit of work to do reorganizing and seeing how closely we can define what those outcomes, what those 4-year outcomes will look like. Because I agree, I think the goals that we put forward are, some of them are quite specific, but they are not sort of time bound or tied to metrics. And so it would be difficult to know, like, well, did we do it or did we not do it? You could sort of tell a story about each one. And so I think that'll be our work over the next couple of months to figure out how closely we can get to that vision of what exactly are we doing here. Does that make sense? Sorry, I was a little bit rambly, but I'm trying to sort of synthesize feedback from across the commission.
I think I understand the direction that you and focus on looking around for some agreement. It was Commissioner Jimenez who mentioned the specific indicator.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
I'm sure Commissioner Jimenez and all commissioners would continue to help provide specific feedback and thoughts and certainly expertise in the areas of strategic planning and outcomes and indicators specifically. So you're getting nods of a general agreement, yes.
And I guess maybe what's missing also is what we've already accomplished or what we're already doing. And then that, if we include that as part of our outcomes and, and indicators, I mean, maybe that's also, trying to figure out who we are is what we've already done.
That's terrific, thank you, and certainly with the anniversary, our 25-year anniversary, that will reflect on the past of where we've come from and where we see going. It makes a lot of sense, Commissioner, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure that Commissioner Risso had an opportunity to weigh in. I apologize for not remembering that you were on Zoom.
Thank you. I've been taking copious notes over here. Kind of in agreement of everything. And I've kind of I think our vision is down where we want to go. And I think I'm an educator, so I look at things as like mission and vision statement. And I think what we need to solidify and figure out is the mission and how we're going to get there.
That makes a lot of sense. If you have specific thoughts and feedback, by all means, please share.
Thank you, Chair Albright.
And I would say, staff, as you think more about this without the deck, please do email us your thoughts and links if anything wants to use it.
Vice Chair Hazen?
I just, one, I can reiterate that the goals feel right, and I think some of what I'm hearing is maybe it's hard, to quantify outcomes in some of these areas. Right, like advocacy, for example, right? Advocacy takes time, but I think for me, as I look at what's here, right, leading efforts to expand access to paid family leave, we could lead all day long and not necessarily achieve change. So I think it's really thinking about not just what we're doing, but what's happening as a result. And I think within advocacy, for example, thinking about things like, is the awareness of legislators different, right? Legislators weren't aware of this issue, now they are. They had to prioritize this issue, now they do. We heard, from Children First around their work, significant changes at City Hall, right? And being able to say, this wasn't a priority, it is now a priority. So I think those are the kinds of indicators, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a measurable outcome specific to every single child, but something that indicates to us that change will happen for kids. I don't know if that's helpful, but just wanted to share that.
Yes, Commissioner Majors.
I'm sorry, and this is really off kind of what we've been talking about. But one thing I feel is kind of glaringly missing, but it may come up as we to vet this out more. But we're about to really go into, the issues of childcare, right? And, I'll be giving a report, later on today around the childcare crisis in California. We do talk a lot about health, mental health, toxic stress, which has been really, really important over our last several years in lifting that and creating programs towards it. But we really don't specifically call out here the childcare crisis and what we're going to do either as an advocate or a broadcaster, which we're already planning on doing some broadcasting around our research. So it's just one thing that I feel like might be missing, but maybe it's just because we haven't vetted it out.
Yes, received as we're talking about it all today, so thank you for that. So we will have. And these are just examples in draft form, so this is the discussion we want to hear as staff, and what are we missing and how do we reformat? I'm hearing, yes, we have outcomes and indicators, and they don't have to be super delved in, awareness, and we do this a lot in our media campaign, we evaluate awareness of XYZ things, so. Dr. Denise Brindley, I'm gonna ask you, is there clarity, like there's anything else that you would have wonderings about as we will work with you on your team, but clarifying that last bullet, or that last.
I think I just maybe just reword it a little bit different. It was more on the process. Understood that you guys are looking for the outcomes and indicators, and that's also something that we're exploring. So today you'll hear some of the research that we're starting to uplift and explore to have baseline, particular to the North Star Foundation's goal. If we are trying to address in a generation trauma informed, there's things that we need to track. I'm pretty familiar with the Healthy People 2030, so I'll re-examine that, and there's a lot of things that we can explore that, like for example, injury on children and deaths, that and getting actually worse. So that might be something that we'll have to explore because that's also related to trauma, and there's a lot of like subliminal domains. It relates to injury, it relates to car crashes, it relates to drug driving, it relates to a lot of things that impact trauma. So those are areas that we need to continue to explore and address, but I appreciate the feedback. I think it's always wonderful to hear from you guys, and I'm excited, Jackie, that you mentioned the childcare crisis, because that's something that we'll be discussing. So I appreciate you bringing that forward, and I appreciate you saying outcomes, and because that's really where we need to be focusing. Yes, ma'am.
I think also it would be nice to coordinate with the association and the counties to see where there's alignment, because folks in the community think we're all one, and we can really move the needle if we're all working together. So if we can have some coordination on that front, that would be, we'll take it.
I think if I might add to Commissioner Velasquez's comment, I think that's the next section of this presentation today. I want to make sure we give our consultants enough time to kind of get us like, are we at the point now to begin to do outreach and engagement on what's been drafted here? And if so, with whom? It's a wonderful segue to maybe Andrew, if you could, we are sort of getting to time, but could you just give a little bit of an update of what we should expect in the next 6 to 8 months in terms of the work?
Yep. We have a slide on engagement that I think Alma is going to go through, if I'm not mistaken.
And
Yeah.
then maybe we'll wrap up after that.
Cool.
Yeah, we can keep this section quick. I think we said it in the pre, but we're working with the executive committee to define really who are we going to engage in that work. I think it's going to be 8 to 10 organizations total. Hopefully, we're going to place an emphasis on community voice, particularly from parents and caregivers, but I also expect there will be some county commissions in there and maybe some other state agencies. So a little bit, the conversation we want to have today is less about the who, but a little bit more about the when and the how. And we can be flexible here, but really, I sort of want to start with this question about when, because we heard you all loud and clear in May that it feels really important to build in some time and space to collect community voice, feedback and input on the plan. We could do that in the next few weeks, sort of try to prioritize doing that in the next few months before we're able to put together a more complete draft of the strategic plan for all of you to weigh in on in November. What that would mean if we did it earlier on in our process is that it's less going to be us sharing things with external stakeholders and saying, so what do you think of these things on paper? And maybe more of a higher level conversation where they're really able to shape things more from the earlier stage. The alternative to doing it earlier in this process is that we can continue to work with staff and with all of you to get the framework down a little bit further and really have maybe a tighter set of outcomes and goals that we're really talking about, and then bring external stakeholders in later on in the process, meaning at that stage, they'd have something concrete to look at and react to, and maybe win on like that. From our perspective, there's really no right answer. We can do it earlier on, we could do it later on, but would love to hear from the commission if you all have strong instincts or perspectives about that.
Through the chair, Commissioner Jimenez speaking. I'm a firm believer of bringing partners into the process early on. Before you fully bake the cake or half bake the cake, I feel that everybody, including our association, Local First Fives, and even that recipient of services should be involved in the process in terms of shaping what ingredients go into that cake. And as a public health director, I shouldn't be using cake as an example, so I'll think of something else later. But I'm of the mindset we do it now. Yes, we're now all hungry, so. Other thoughts from the commissioners? I would echo Commissioner Jimenez. Let's try to find opportunities, significant, substantial opportunities to co-create this, receive input with all of our partners and stakeholders. And just to add to that, I think I heard from the association earlier today that they're going through their own strategic planning process. And so I would hope that we are all moving in the same direction. Again, we all play a different role in this space to ensure that our children and families are living in safe, nurturing environments. So I hope we can align so that we end up ultimately achieving that goal. Commissioner Hazen and then Commissioner Majors.
And I would say we've done some, I think, really meaningful listening today, yesterday, our last commission meeting. And so how can we take the key findings from what we heard about project work happening in Lake or Crystal Stairs, what we heard about refugee and asylum seeking communities, what we heard. Let's take some of those great nuggets and insights we've already learned and incorporate those things.
Commissioner Majors.
Thank you, and I second, it's not a motion, but let's just say it is, Commissioner Jimenez, in really understanding what our roles are, and understanding what our roles are means really learning what our roles are, and it may be redefining what our roles are. The 58 counties association, First Five Commission, we all have very, very different roles. We can't all be everything. And I just really, I'm saying it positively, but it's gonna require all of us to prove a little bit. And figure out what is it that we do well, where do we sit, all of those entities and even more, in terms of our community, our parents, our providers, our practitioners, but where do we have the best leverage point to do the work and impact children? And I think that can be hard because in this world of caring for children, we want to be superheroes. We want to fix everything. And on our tour yesterday, my heart is still trying to figure out how I walked away from that conversation, and I don't have an action. I don't have anything that I can do. But there are things that we can do. We just can't step over each other to do it all. We have to really talk and understand what are we best suited to do, and then do that.
Thank you so much. To the Arabella team, we are grateful. We have so much more to talk about. We'll create opportunities for further dialogue. And I think to to Director Wong and the team. We are grateful to you and also understand that what we've talked about today may change your timelines. So we are open to that, and it's really the overall goal and outcome of what we're trying to achieve together. So thank you very much. Director Wong, do you have any other comments you want to?
No, I am grateful. I know, we're only now 10 minutes behind. But in any case, just excited about the engagement with communities. I would be remiss to say that this builds on earlier engagement with the change management. So it is an evolution as we keep up, to your point, like this is just deepening our conversations as we learn more about the direction of the commission and what we want as the commission's next strategic plan. That is results-based, that is outcome focused, that is focused on the needs of children and families. I appreciate it. I'm texting with staff, but we really appreciate this discussion and dialogue, because there's clarity from where we sit about what the commission wants.
Thank you so much. We also have public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment? All right, we also have public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this or virtually on this item, which is about our strategic plan?
Hi, Courtney Armstrong with the First Eye Association of California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just wanted to procedurally point out that these slides are not available to us, so we're reacting in real time. So if we could get a copy of those posted, that would be great. And similarly, because we don't have access to the notes from the May meeting, we don't have any of that background either. So there were slides and the conversation at the budget study session that I think was approved in your consent calendar, but we don't have access to that. So we would love to be able to see that too. So again, my reactions are in real time and not very well thought out, but given that lack of information that we have right now, I just wanted to continue to come back to the proposition that that authorizes all of us to be here, and highlight that, you know, the language in Proposition 10 establishes First Eye to create a statewide integrated, comprehensive, and collaborative system to enhance early childhood development. And so just want to make sure that that language is reflected in this plan as well. And, you know, I don't have time, or I didn't really have time to think through how those convene or advocate fits with what's laid out in the proposition, but there is pretty clear language in there about the role of the commission. So just wanted to call for that to be reviewed and included as well. And then also wanted to offer ourselves as partners. We're happy to convene statewide meeting. We think meaningful involvement of counties obviously is really critically important. We are very closely tied to the work that you all are doing and have on the ground perspective that I think would be invaluable as you're sitting at the state level. So we'd love to offer ourselves as a resource. I'm happy to help facilitate that in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll make sure that we provide the requested information and post it on the web. Any other member of the public? And what, I think we have somebody on the virtual queue.
We do. It is, excuse me, Serena.
Hi, thank you so much, Serena Lynn. And I will keep on topic specific to, I called in earlier and made a mistake, but I'm on topic now about the proposed goals. And I just want to highlight, I hear about moving away from direct services in light of changing role and decreasing funds. And I just wanted to note that the two impacts personally and professionally to me happen to be, I think, direct service-like items. One was, again, the free speech assessment and therapy for my 2-year-old, who is now a thriving second grader. And the other is the San Diego County Learn Well initiative that has really flexible multi-tiered supports and quality programs for our early educators and early childhood providers. So under the specific recommendation or request, I guess, would be under the advocacy and the catalyst space. is specific mentioning of our workforce, the childcare workforce that serves and the direct service providers. And that first 5 could be really a true champion for the direct service providers. So understanding that you're moving away from direct service, but also understanding and promoting that without the workforce, without the early educators, you can't increase access to quality preschool programs or early education programs that support children 0 to 5. So thank you so much for hearing my comments.
Thank you. We have another member of the public in person.
Hi, my name is Heidi McCall, and I'm from Tehama County Executive Director. And I just wanted to highlight and lift up a couple of points that I really appreciated. One was about direct service and systems. So as you may know, in rural areas, we often have very drought-like experiences for direct services. And so similar to Serena's comment, there have been opportunities for families where there would have been no other direct service available. And so I appreciate that and the ability to then utilize our local commissions to integrate that into the system. So thank you. Additionally, I wanted to circle back to the co-creation, and I really appreciated the word co-create. There are differences between data understanding and felt experience. One locally we just realized was that with the expansion of UPK, we have less slots that are needed for our 0 to 5-year-olds, and yet a significant increase in felt frustration and lack of access for families. So we did many multiple individual focus groups specifically focusing on bilingual and bicultural families. And there is a felt experience of not being able to get access to those slots because there is red tape and barriers. And so we then locally can do the work and understand. And so being able to hear directly that felt loss in those co-creation experiences, I think will be really valuable in the process.
Thank you, Director Mandel. Any other member of the public? Terrific. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next agenda item number 5, financial update. And I'd like to welcome Commissioner Jimenez, who is the chair of our Fiscal Advisory Committee, to provide its report out, as well as Marsha Thomas, our first 5 California Administrator of Fiscal Services, to present the financial update. Thank you both.
Thank you. So really briefly, I'll give the commission and members of the public an update on our July 3rd Fiscal and Audit Advisory meeting. We discussed 3 items. First 5 association emergency stabilization funding requests, the state commission's county program investments, and May revised projections. We discussed, staff provided an update to the committee on a meeting held on July 1st between the state commission and First 5 Association to gain clarity on the emergency stabilization funding proposal that was submitted. The First 5 Association will share that proposal today. Fewer Californians are smoking, which is a win for California, especially for us in the health department. But this decrease in tax revenues is failing to keep up with the demand of local communities and the need to invest in early childhood. Because there is a need and it is growing, how do we collectively stimulate interest for further investments in this space? And additionally, as revenues continue to decline and costs continue to rise, our commission may need to scale back on strategies and future investments. And again, a discussion that we'll have, ongoing discussion we'll have on this. The committee and staff did a great job in correcting the overspend in the administration account. As you might remember, this was a topic of conversation. But as costs continue to increase, again, we have to be mindful of spending in the administration account, and we have to pivot to stay within the statutory requirement of how much could be expended here. And then lastly, staff provided May revised projections. Final year-end numbers will not be presented today because the final statements are not going to be completed till the end of August. Therefore, staff will present the revised projections during the financial update. And with that, I'll hand it over to Marsha.
Before we proceed, can I just make note that none of the decks are actually connected online. So we got some of them, we had a lot of modifications last minute. But we will try to do better next time and post them earlier.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Right now.
So, this is just a recap of what I presented last time at the May budget study session. We talked about the flow of projections, statutory revenue distribution by account, statutory fund definitions, how we read the fund commission summary, our sources of revenue, funding structure, and then factors that impact revenue. Some of these we'll revisit in my slides today. So this is our flow of projections. As I mentioned last time, we did a point in time, projections from the Department of Finance, and then we made adjustments for, CBTFA's, administrative costs, backfill to the fund, statewide assessments as needed, and then we allocate the 80 and the 20%. 20% feeds into our financial plan and our fund commission summary, and then that's what we utilize to make, our funding decisions. And so last time, we did not have, the revised revenue projections. We have them now, so this is the difference between what was projected to us in January 2024 versus what we got in May 2024. The percentage of difference was pretty minimal, it was a little over 0.5%. But it's important to note that this is just a projection, as actual revenue is not recognized until September or October of the end of the fiscal year. And also we'll get updated projections in January of 2025, which could change our output. This is just the revenue distribution by account, which we've seen before. So these funds are special revenue funds, which means that revenues are restricted or committed to expenditures for specific purposes. For example, I showed mass media, that's the first of our funds. Is basically to provide funding for communications to the general public, utilizing television, radio, newspapers, and other mass media furthering the goals and purposes specified in the act. The other funds would function in the same way. So this slide is our 20%. When we look at the state commission's 20%, our percentage of dollars is extended from the cigarette and tobacco tax revenues for our investment in county programs. Such as dual language learner, home visiting, impact, refugee family support, Volusia County funding optimization, and shared services alliance, just highlighted a few of our programs.
I'm sorry, Mike, can you spend a little bit more time explaining the difference between the orange and the blue?
So the blue is investment into our county programs out of our 20% revenues. And then the orange is like what we utilize for the state commission, so that's to fund like, anything that's not county related, like our staffing, our operational expenses, just anything that's like statutorily required or statewide assessments, all of that is captured into our orange.
So.
Can I,
Oh, sorry.
sorry, can I just make sure I understand this? So are you saying of the 20% in fiscal year 20,
This is just
3, 24, 24, 25, that of all of the state's 20%, 52% are going to counties and 48% is covering the state commission. Okay, thanks so much. Dr. Williams?
That's exactly.
So as we've intentionally been spending down our fund balance, and with the decline of revenue, it's really important for us to have a fund balance. That way, like anything that carries over from the end of the fiscal year into the current fiscal year, that's our starting balance, and it's important for us to be able to have that fund or that funding to cover any kind of expenditures that we've already allocated to. So any contracts that we've already entered into, we need to make sure we have the cash balance.
And Director Thomas, this also includes obligations to counties when we have RFPs, like impact and other things, correct?
Yes. So this is just pulling the data that I had for the county programs. I took the budgeted amounts, and the reason I took the budgeted amounts is because that's pretty much what we have committed to. And so that's
pretty much encumbered in our system. We can't spend it for any other purpose because it's already obligated to a county program. This is where I pulled the data. So it's basically everything that's totally budgeted for the county programs versus what the projected revenue is coming in for that fiscal year. And this is just the pie chart, just showing, what our projected revenue is for 24-25. I just focused on the current fiscal year. What we've committed in program dollars. Now, this is just the committed for program dollars isn't the placeholders that we have on there. It's just what we've actually entered into as far as like agreements or contracts. And so again, the 9% is what we would use for the state commission. So the 9% is funding, like I mentioned earlier, the staffing, operational expenditures, like data research, media, it's including our statewide assessments, our expenditures that are statutorily required, like the SEO audit that they do annually of the state counties. And any kind of salary increases, retirement costs, all of that is taken out of our fund balance. We don't get additional funding to cover those expenditures. It's just basically whatever, like our fund balance absorbs those costs of increases. And this is, I was just giving like what, why I took the budget amount, what that means. So it's just basically that First Five California funds are reserved for that county program. We can't use it for anything else. It's pretty much, taken out of our fund balance and, out of our cash balance. And so, making sure I capture anything that's not spent at the end of the program. So if it's a 3-year contract, we hold that funding for 3 years. And so at the end of the contract, if it's not spent, then it'll revert back to our fund balance. So, and then we can use it for other things. And so this one is our projected fund balance. I'm just focusing in, I highlighted the 26-27. As we intentionally spend down our fund balance in 26-27, our carryover balance is estimated to be 79 million. But our projected expenditures for that fiscal year is estimated to be 85 million. So what this is saying is we're heavily relying on projected revenue to come in order to fund the obligations that we've already committed to. So by the end of the fiscal year, we're estimating 52 million or 44 million after the reserves. We have a few placeholders in 27-28, but they have not been fully planned out. And we have not brought them to the commissioner for approval as a placeholder. Again, what we're projecting to end fiscal year 26-27 with the 52 million prior to reserves. It's a collective amount of the projected balances remaining in each one of our funds. So what this means is if we close the year with a projected fund balance of 3.8 million in childcare prior to reserves, then that's what we're able to spend in the next fiscal year. Again, this is just projected. If revenues do not materialize or it continues to decline, then we'll end up with less than what we see on the financial plan. So my favorite slide. So this is just capturing our Prop 10 funds only. This does not include the backfill or the CSEC. This slide continues to show the volatility of the revenue that we receive monthly. As we do not start the fiscal year with a loaded budget, we use whatever fund balance is carried over. So let's see. And then we receive the additional revenues monthly. Sometimes they can be a little bit delayed. So in 22-23, the percentage change of Proposition 10, not including the backfill or CSAT, was about 14%. As mentioned earlier, that just means that our starting fund balance is very important for us to meet our obligations.
Just a quick question for you. When you say that the revenue is volatile and comes in every month, correct me if I'm wrong, you mean the sales receipts related to people buying cigarettes or tobacco products comes in every single month, and we don't have you don't start the year with the budget, it's a monthly injection of cash
Right,
related to
so-
sales. Is that
Well,
right?
yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about that in like a few seconds. But yeah, you're absolutely correct, but whatever we end the fiscal year with, that's our starting balance. Right, that's what we're gonna use, but a lot of times, as we spend down our fund balance, we're heavily reliant on whatever comes in. It doesn't always come in on time, right, like, we're sitting in. When is this month, October or August, and like, what are we in? So we're in August, right, we still haven't gotten revenue for like last fiscal year, we haven't closed that out. So by the time we get to our revenue, it's probably gonna be like October. So that's why it's delayed. So the fluctuations is based on the amount that CDTFA collects, minus any kind of adjustments such as their administrative costs, backfill, statewide assessments, or any adjustments for any kind of settlement or judgments on CDTFA side. Those costs are estimated through the fiscal year as best that they can be. An example of the volatility of revenues is cigarette distributors purchase cigarette tax stamps from CDTFA and then pass those cigarette taxes on to consumers as part of the selling price. If a distributor stocks up in 1 month, but doesn't purchase a big supply in the following month, that will impact our revenues. And that plays into the fluctuation. Let's see. And then just going back to 26, 27, our projected revenue expenditures, you would see the revenues, which means we're really reliant on what comes in. Then we saw this slide last time, it's the revenue factors, these are just some of the things that could impact like the fluctuations in our revenue. Which could be the changes to laws and regulations, trends in taxable sales of cigarettes and other tobacco products, and just changes in consumption. There's a bill currently working its way through and likely to be signed by the governor, which would further expand the flavor ban to encompass other tobacco products. This would have a direct impact to revenues as well and further decline. Mr. De La Cruz will present more information on this bill during his legislative update. Let's see. So just going back again to 26, 27, since that was my focus. It's not too distant, so we really need to start thinking about our future investments and what that looks like. With declining revenues, it's gonna be different. That is something that we're discussing internally as well as our sustainability. And then updating. So what we're working on right now is staff trying to close out the fiscal year. The statements are due on September 3rd. Once that's completed, we work with CDTFA to reconcile our fund balances collectively for the trust fund. And then we can present final numbers to the state commission. So hopefully by the next time, if everything works out timely, we'll have that presented next meeting. That is it. Is there any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions from the commission? Any questions in public comment?
She definitely have just a comment.
Oh, okay.
The right context.
Yeah, I just wanted to be brief because, Mr. De La Cruz and I will go into depth around 83.218 Wood. This bill, as Marcia mentioned, actually wants to expand the ban related to cooling and menthol. The AG was pretty clear when the flavor ban started, they wanted to go after menthol as well, but a lot of opposition, tried to work with manufacturers, and of course they weren't having that. And this bill sponsored by the AG is really going after what he wanted to go after in terms of the flavor ban. At least that's my understanding of the characterization. The bill is made out of Senate appropriations. I believe it's headed to the floor, or you will correct me on that. So it is a threat. We do have some projections, but the Department of Finance and the Senate Appropriations Committee hasn't released any actual numbers, but that 17% drop as it relates to the flavor ban, it'll be somewhere within that 5 to 10, possibly 15% in terms of revenue, but we can get some more accurate numbers on that. And we can just characterize our work with the association as well. We've been tag teaming on this. I want to say that that's a super bright spot of our collaboration. We attended a meeting with the retailers, and I think we've got the attention of the author to try to really look at the long-term sustainability issue that is proposed by, yes, tobacco cessation is important, but let's do some planning in terms of the backfill because, program, children and families will be affected if this bill passes and signed by the government.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, real quick, the figure that we're seeing estimates of is a minimum of $136 million. Yeah, if that bill passes, with no backup at this moment.
And I think staff was sharing just for the context, so this actually doesn't include that potential impact.
Thank you very much. Any commissioner comments or questions? Any member of the public? Are you coming for the item? Come on.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ahmed Gustin, First Five Association of California. Thank you, Director Wong, for pointing out that these slides were not part of the public packet, so we are seeing this for the first time as well with these projections. So again, going off of what we're seeing now in real time, the comment I wanted to make was related to the bill that Dr. Williams just spoke to. We weren't planning on speaking to that bill right now in public comment. However, although we are trying to gather information with Dr. Williams and First Sight California, we are unclear as to the impact of this bill. We are unclear as to the tobacco revenue generated by new products that have come out after the flavor ban. And so we don't know if there's going to be a financial impact at all, because as far as we understand, the industry put out new products after the flavor ban. So it was never counted as revenue for tobacco since it was after the flavor ban. And so we want to be very, very specific into financial projections before we take any positions on this bill or others, because it is a public health good. It is something that's closing a loophole that the tobacco industry is trying to exploit right now. And we are not in a position to have a position on this bill right now. We've been gathering information, and I don't want to, we have a lot of members here in our First Five network. And when we talk about 10 or 15% reductions in revenue on top of everything else, those are major statements that we want to temper and say, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. And so we're gathering information, don't have a formal position on it. And appreciate the commission and staff bringing up this bill and tracking it, but there's a lot to still uncover.
Thank you, appreciate that. And just for clarification, we will definitely do better on the PowerPoints. I do believe that the information was posted in the memo, is my understanding. Item number 5. So hopefully the information is on the web, just not the format of the PowerPoint.
Yeah, the slide is literally the presentation of the item. And the item, just to mention the item, all of the fiscal stuff that's in the May budget provided, none of this is new.
Thank you. I see one more person on, sorry, I think there's one or two people online.
Yes, Candy, First Five Sierra.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be talking today here. I'm just curious. I appreciate the financial report, and I have two quick questions. I see that the commission is following Prop 10, allocating 80% of the funding to local counties. But besides that, is very generous in allocating 52% of their own revenue, that 20% remaining. My question is, how you determine that 80%? Because First Five has different funding, like they have impact, home visiting, and for small counties like mine, they have SPCFA, we have Prop 10. So that 80% is a composition of all of that? Or how do you determine that 80% that is allocated to counties?
Thank you. This is public comment, so we're not in the position to answer questions, but I know members of the team will follow up with you specifically on that question. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. And also I would like to know what is the amount of the reserve funding as of today, first five, California. That will be awesome. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Our next, so we are closing this item. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're moving on to item 6, which is the First Five Association Emergency Stabilization Funding Request. I know this, there are many people of the public that are here to comment, and I just wanted to get a sense of those numbers so that we can just do some time allocation, because this agenda is before lunch, and I just want to make sure that we're able to move it forward. Avo and Fabi, thank you both for being here. We've allocated an hour for this, inclusive of public comment. Do you think that that is sort of an accurate time estimate?
Thank you. Madam Chair, yes, I believe that's great. We have at least a little under a couple dozen in the room and several dozen, it looks like, online. Fabiola and my presentation will be about 15 minutes, leaving about 45 for public comment and questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And perhaps you want, maybe we can ask folks that would want to speak on this item to start raising their hand now. So that you guys
Good idea. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. What a great suggestion. Thank you very much.
I just want to thank the commission again for providing this forum to talk about the first five.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
We had discussed to be transparent on our process. So I just wanted to, before you go into it, I think it was important for us to talk about what our process is when we put a proposal.
Apologies.
Alright, maybe a snack. Thank you for the jelly. I feel like we all need a snack and a stretch break, for sure. So we apologize for interrupting, but just really want to spend a few minutes because it was important to kind of be transparent about this. So for general context, for normally staff-led proposals, the research phase on developing anything usually takes about 3 to 6 months. Following the research phase, the process for an item we heard at a commission meeting is actually to be vetted through the advisories first. And to determine whether or not it will be presented at a commission meeting, and an information item, and then, so whether a proposal is coming to us or if it's originating from staff, it's first assigned to the relevant advisory committee or committees, and also heard in the committee hearings. The committee decides whether it should be brought for an information item at a full commission meeting. And if the answer is yes, an information item will be placed on the agenda at the most appropriate future commission meeting. And so if any of the advisories suggest that it's going to move, even if some commission advisors say no, or have concerned that any advisor has suggested that it move forward and moves forward. So the information item, which is intended to provide an overview and background about a specific need, is presented at the commission meeting, and commissioners are allowed to ask questions and make comments as one commission. So, and we'll usually be able to get a sense from commission during comments whether there is a desire to move forward or bring that item back. So in past years, we've done thumbs up, thumbs down, kind of giving us a sense of what those next steps are. And if there is, staff will work with the relevant advisory committees or committees to develop an action item and the timeline for bringing a proposal back to the commission. So, with that, just want to provide transparency on how we just our normal course of business. Okay.
Thank you. With that, I look forward to the presentation by the association.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Morning again, commissioners. We are grateful again for the time to present this item to all of you. The First Five Stabilization Fund. Before we jump in, I also want to thank you for moving this up in the agenda and hearing it, given we have a lot of public participation. Speaking of public participation, thank you to all the local leaders, executive directors, and grantee partners that are here with us today. Thank you for Alethea again to host us here in San Diego. I am joined by our association board president, Fabiola Gonzalez, who's also the executive director of First Five in Fresno County. She's gonna kick off the presentation for us. While she does that, I'm gonna hand out some hard copy materials for the commission, which includes letters of support for this fund, as well as a letter from our attorney from Olson Remco that's talking about some of the legal parameters and his opinion on how the stabilization fund fits within the Proposition 10 statute. So I'll pass those out now and love to turn it over to Fabiola.
Thank you, Abu, and thank you all for having us here today for this item. See if I can do this. Again, I'm Fabiola Gonzalez. I serve as the executive director in Fresno County, First Five Fresno County, and I'm also serving as the president of our First Five Association Board. Our request for the commission today. So we're going to make sure that the slides are clear for you and that we try to just go over highlights of each one. But on the screen, you see the requests that we have from you today. We want your feedback as Jackie, thank you, Jackie mentioned, this is an opportunity for us to get feedback from you, suggestions, comments on this stabilization fund proposal before you. We also would love to have this move through the process that you just heard from Jackie, that there's a committee right after this, and then it would, if you agree, then it would be brought as an action item to your next meeting. So we would ask to direct staff to finalize the proposal, to have, co-design moments with us to make sure that it's good to go for what you need for it to be an action item at your next commission meeting. So why funding is needed now? I think my portion of this presentation focuses on why. Why would we come to First Five California to think with you about how to address this challenge? On the screen, we highlight the different ways that the unprecedented tobacco tax revenue declines to the First Five network have resulted in. It includes community impacts that are significant to families raising children in our state. We have closing of family resource centers, childcare centers, a lot of parenting programs that are ending for underserved families across our state. And I think most important, maybe as important in those bullets, is the thwarting of our nimbleness and ability to leverage new dollars, because we have existed as a declining revenue. So that's part of the way that we service our early childhood system of care locally. How do we leverage new dollars? So these revenue declines, coupled with the state and local budget deficits that we've seen across our state, and considerable uncertainty with the upcoming federal election, has created a perfect storm of instability for First Five across our state, our funded partners, and the families that are raising children in our communities. So the fund request and the purpose before you, it's a simple solution to a significant challenge. On behalf of 58 county First Five commissions, we're asking this commission to create a one-time $25 million fund that protects critical local services to families with young children, minimizing cuts and community impacts, and ensures all First Fives have a stable infrastructure that allows us to leverage additional funding and provide resources that we can use for long-term sustainability planning. So twofold, protects the critical local services and also helps us stabilize our infrastructure. Let me go back real quick to this one. This proposed fund before you today, I want you to know it's not meant to be a way to pay for any of our First Five unfunded liabilities that you could think of. This is meant to have you come alongside us, the First Five county commissions, to protect services, to minimize cuts, and mostly to stabilize our statewide network. We welcome any of this stipulations like this to be, like the ones that I mentioned, to be included as requirements in establishing the fund. So protecting services, minimizing cuts, stabilizing our state network, all of those things can be included as requirements as part of this fund. Okay, why First Light California for this request? We believe First Light California is a natural partner to address our collective challenges, and your leadership is needed at this time. First Light California, you heard and you saw in your previous slides, you've been a key partner and supporter of local First Lights, having historically provided funding for county commissions. We have 21 small population counties that rely heavily on the support that you provide to them. We have the impact legacy dollars that are now sunsetting soon, but that have for the longest time, for a long period of time, been able to increase the quality of childcare across our state. We have the home visitation coordination work that is helping us leverage some additional dollars. And then you've done some emergency funding and supplies. You know, when COVID-19 hit our communities, we were grateful to partner with you to figure out ways to support families. Given the urgency of the situation in our communities, this year, you might remember, we engaged state leaders to request $100 million state allocation to address our unprecedented revenue declines and community impacts. So we know we needed to go out there and tell our story, right? How do we make sure that the state of California knows that this First Light infrastructure that exists in every county and that supports families is hurting? And this flavor ban had a bigger impact than anticipated. So come alongside legislators, like, you know, figure out with us. And although there was support from them for the request, the state budget deficit realities prevented it from moving forward. And in our advocacy, we faced many inquiries from some legislators about having local First Light seek funding from First Light California, and given the state budget deficit, you know, we talked about where we are in terms of the support that we provide, what we receive from you, and also that we would be more than happy to figure out a way to partner with you to address this challenge that impacts all of us. So we are here because we also believe in the phrase, together we thrive, and know that the success of First Light California is directly tied to the success of local First Light and vice versa. Our success is tied to your success. These are some of the highlights as to the why we're here today, and I'm going to pass it to Avo so he can expand a little bit more on the how and the what of this proposal.
All right, thank you very much for that, Bobby. In terms of, and this, will remind you that this is, PowerPoint is also in the packet I just handed out. I quickly wanted to point the commission out to the times that we've engaged with staff and the commission about the funding challenges ahead of us. And this is just a high-level timeline of the conversations that have taken place so far that brought us to today to talk about the stabilization fund idea. In terms of the what, the who, and the how, I want to take a few moments to talk about that, about the stabilization fund, because we know there's been a few questions, and they certainly came through as part of the questions that we received from staff. Our recommendation on these what, who, and how is really a starting point. Our recommendations, we want to work with staff to understand what is possible and what reality could look like. In terms of the what would this stabilization fund fund? We had several conversations with counties throughout the last couple of months and landed on a couple of categories. And the first category is around program support, which would include local programs and services that have been recently cut or are slated to be cut without additional funding. Importantly, this program support recognizes the key role that commissions play as trusted direct service providers, as you heard from Heidi Mendenhall earlier, service gap fillers, and connectors of direct service providers in the community. And then the next category is infrastructure support, and this includes activities that support operations, long-term financial planning, as well as system building, coordination, and leveraging of other funds. In your letters of support, you'll see a lot of discussion about how First Lights are leveraging funds above and beyond, to some extent, 70% above and beyond their Prop 10 allocation. So leveraging is happening right now, but it is in jeopardy. In terms of the distribution considerations or the who, a couple of considerations came up in our conversations with counties. One is to consider prioritizing first fives that are quote unquote closest to risk. And one of the assessments used to determine that could be fund balances of counties to revenue. And so looking at that ratio, or in the nonprofit world, as it's called, as a run rate, could be one way to assess who is closest to risk. Another assessment could be about looking at specific community cuts, staffing cuts, and other community impacts. And finally, one principle around distribution is seeing if there's a sliding scale approach to funding for the stabilization fund. In terms of the how, or what we call the guiding principles, we feel that these recommendations, there's at least 6 parts here, there may be others. The ones we wanted to express to the commission include eligibility. We feel that every first 5 that meets agreed upon criteria should be able to participate in this fund. In terms of distribution, we feel that this fund should be allocated based on individual county needs and not a one-size-fits-all distribution. In terms of community-driven principle, this is where the commission, and I think all of the public would really benefit from hearing about individual challenges in all 58 counties through an application process, and having those applications really drive who's funded and for what. In terms of timing, we've heard time and again from our members that allowing flexibility on how long commissions have to spend the dollars would be a principle that we'd like to uplift. A hold harmless principle that none of the funds that are currently invested in county commissions would be impacted by participating in the stabilization fund. And then last but not least, reducing administrative burdens and increasing efficiencies. We firmly believe that minimal application requirements, reporting, and evaluation requirements be implemented to the extent possible. And we also want to uplift that it isn't just about county administrative burdens. We know that commission and staff have your own administrative burdens. And so we feel there's a way to be a lot more efficient in terms of application, reporting, and evaluation. The next slide is just lists out a few other areas that we touched upon in our answers to the commission's questions. The first area I just wanted to highlight is some of the questions that we received talked about supplementation and unfunded liabilities. That prompted us to seek advice from our legal counsel, from Olson Remco, to give their opinion on how this fund is within the guardrails of the Proposition 10 statute. We had a letter in your packet from James Harrison from Olson Remco. Just a little bit of context of why we partnered with James and have for a couple decades now. James is one of the original authors of Proposition 10 and the statute that enables us here today. Over time, he's tracked all the changes in Proposition 10. He was actually the first general counsel for this commission when it was created 25 years ago. And according to James Harrison, he concludes that the Proposition 10 has built-in flexibility to allow for investments like the stabilization fund, and he sees no legal impediments to doing so. And he goes into even further detail about some of the fund distribution that was discussed earlier by Marcia, and how the commission has significant flexibility to move funds around from the different accounts as long as those investments are aligned with the purposes of the act. Now, this is something that I really want to highlight. I talked about it in May. There's a legal opinion on it now from the drafter of the proposition. And I hope that this is a tool that this commission can use to meet this moment and other moments that I know are going to be ahead of us. And then last but not least on this slide, we talked about a few different areas that First Start California had questions on. And that's also in the Q&A that's in your board packet, I'm sorry, commission packet. So just to reiterate what Bobby said at the top, what we're asking today from the commission is really your feedback, your comments, and questions that you have on this proposal. We also want this commission to direct staff to work with myself, my team at the association, and all of our members to finalize details on this proposal and agree to place this item on the next commission's agenda for a vote. Before I wrap, and I know we have a lot of folks here to comment, I just want to reflect on something that, and remind myself of this too, that California is so lucky to have a First Five network. We are the envy of the country of other early childhood advocates and providers throughout the US. Voters were prescient 25 years ago to establish First Fives, and to have a network at every reaches of the largest state in the country is something that is not happening anywhere else. It's happening here in California. And what we are seeing is that this network is on shaky ground. And what we are asking is that the state commission to support this network to fortify that shaky ground. Once that ground is fortified, we know we can work together on sustainability, on leaning into our strengths, and leaning into everything that our communities need in spite of the context swirling around us. And so I would just emphasize that this network is not, is very unique, and it is on shaky ground, and it needs to be fortified before we talk about long-term sustainability. And that is another point I'll just end on. We understand stabilization is not sustainability. We know there's a longer term discussion we need to have with all of you. We get it. At this moment, we need to be stabilized. With that, I'd love to turn it over to our comments and see if there's any questions. Madam Chair. Oh,
Keep going, we're talking about a process, public comment, please.
I was just gonna ask about that. We are here to answer questions first or turn it over to public comment first. We are open either way.
So let's work together on this. We have about 40 more minutes on this topic. We have 40 people, is my understanding, 20 online and 20 in the room who would like to speak. Giving 21, giving everyone 1 minute would go over our time. Let's give everyone 1 minute, and then we'll continue to have a discussion after that and go out. But I do ask everyone 1 minute so that we, this is not the only item on our agenda. So I ask for your accommodation on that, and we'll have, and why don't we take, I leave it to you if you want people in the room first versus people on there.
Yeah, I think that works. Madam Chair, thank you.
Can we have both sides you too when you come up? Thank you.
And if we could start a line, maybe 3 each, so that we are conserving the content of people in this one, members of the public. Thank you very much.
Hi, hello, my name is Shelby Gomez, and I'm a member of the Children First Collective of San Diego and the Executive Director of Childcare at YMCA Child Support Resource Service. We are the countywide resource and referral agency, one of the 2 alternative payment funding agencies in the county, as well as a provider of lots of supports, including technical assistance, training, coaching for childcare providers across the county. And we greatly appreciate the many years of investments by First Five California into our child care system in partnership with First Five San Diego through investments like CARES, CARES Plus, Power of Preschool, Impact, Impact Legacy, and the Shared Service Alliance. First Five California and First Five San Diego have catalyzed so much of the progress that we've seen in the last 20 years. And we now have, as you can see, a strong foundation locally to achieve audacious goals in equitable quality childcare in our county because of those investments that have been made. But as you all know, we're facing a daunting cliff, so we're asking for the stabilization fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I just wanted to clarify my comments for those standing in line. Not all of you need to stand in line, maybe there for a few minutes, so at least 5 or 6 deep. Thank you.
They all probably want to stretch. Well, thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to first thank you all for hearing this informational item today. And from a local perspective, we're also looking at a $13 million deficit in our funding for next year and beyond. And so we too are looking at local solutions, but also look to you all as our First Sight California Commission to support us. And of course, I advocate on behalf of our statewide network and really appreciative to the association coming forward as a tremendous partner, and count on me if you need me, and looking forward to what's next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tom Lacey, I'm the director for President now, and Jenna Sharp, the manager. And we just wanted to just come and just, again, just talking uplift the local voice. So sorry, I'd like to be able to partner with you guys to meet that audacious goal that we've been talking about here. We're totally in support of the proposal for the commission to create the $25 million stabilization fund. And first, like the Mendocino, we use over 50% of our funds to support our rural community to deliver resources and services that are otherwise unavailable. These supports and services include perinatal infant resources, parenting education, early literacy support, and essential needs like diapers and wipes, which can really get families in the door to help them link them to other services. While we're actively working on attaching ourselves to new revenue streams, those take time to establish. So this stabilization fund will provide the time, space, and resources to create long-term sustainability. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Sandra Uribe, Deputy Director for First Five in the county. We're here to strongly support the First Five Association's proposal. As it has been mentioned, the intent for Proposition 10, which established First Fives, was to create statewide integrated, comprehensive, and collaborative systems to enhance early childhood development. Current revenue challenges are threatening this intent and come absolutely at the wrong time, given reported increases in social, emotional, and behavioral needs, the increased disparities in kindergarten readiness since the COVID pandemic and the childcare crisis. First Five, the local First Fives continue to make hard choices around services for children, families, and providers. We continue to find creative solutions to sustain services whenever feasible through leveraging some restrictive public and private funding strings to stretch the growing. Thank you.
Thank you.
We didn't capture where you were from, county. Sonoma.
Oh, Sonoma County.
Good morning, Anna Bauer, First Five Butte County, thank you. I'm of course here to support the First Five stabilization request. I just wanted to give you a couple of examples of local ways that we have catalyzed stability over the years. Back in, I think, 2008, remember when MCAH had to shut down the Adolescent Family Life Program, that teen parenting program, the First Five Commission in Butte stepped in to stabilize that program until we could find sustainable funding. I was thinking about during the COVID pandemic, we were able to immediately release within a matter of, I would say, days, hundreds of thousands of dollars to our partners to provide direct and concrete supports to families. And this was significantly faster than what the counties and states and federal government were able to do. And lastly, when things happen, like the fee dollars get clawed back by a county funder, we're able to step in and stabilize the home visiting program until we can find sustainable funding sources. So I just want to share the work that we do locally to catalyze stability while we look for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Ann Hanson from First Five Humboldt. As someone who advocated for Proposition 10 in 1998, I can definitively say that I think all of us thought we would be in a stronger place 25 years on, but the work is not done yet. Based on your commission's big audacious goal, another county level system for families was facing the kind of funding decline that our network, the counties and the state commission are facing. I believe you would be full-throated advocates for a solution. I'm asking you to join with the counties and help stabilize our network of supports. If we don't work together, this start of what we stitched together will disintegrate, and only the more resourced commissions will preserve their place in the communities, leaving us with a spotty and much more inconsistent system without a strong and unified voice in each county for our youngest residents. So rooted in my faith in your advocacy and your vision, I urge you to commit to bringing this proposal back for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Travis. I'm the executive director for First Five Current. And I actually wanted to start off my comments by acknowledging the commission. I'm an executive director. I've been there for 2 years with the network. And I want to applaud you guys on your efforts. As I prepare myself, I watched and followed First Five California very closely, each one of your meetings, each one of your conversations. And I just want to say that you guys are coming together as a collaborative force, and I know that you're going to make good decisions on behalf of this entire network and the state and the children that we serve. So just a little applaud there, but I am here to strongly support the First Five Association's proposal for the First Five California Commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund. With a sharp decline in funding, First Five Current has been forced to reduce our staff size, and that includes our capacity to serve our community. This was evident in our most recent RFP. We actually had 3 times the amount of requested funds that we had available in our community. A stabilization fund can support counties like First Five Current and would be critical. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Keller Floyd. I'm the Executive Director of First Five Santa Clara. I'm also on the First Five Association Board and serve as the Bay Area Regional Representative. I'm here to support the stabilization request and to ask you all today to take action to please move this agenda item forward so that you can deliberate and actually vote on it. In Santa Clara County, I was here, well, not here, I was here in Sacramento in front of you in January to share a little bit of the preview of what we anticipated in terms of the tobacco decline impact. And unfortunately, I'm here today to say that as of July 1st, we have actually sunsetted funding for 8 family resource centers in our community, and they are in the process of closing. We also have cut home visiting, and we have stopped investing in our behavioral health system that is designed specifically for kids 0 to 5. We're not unique. And in fact, there's many other commissions that are actually, I believe, in more dire straits. So please support the network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heidi Mendenhall. I'm the Executive Director of First Five Tehama. I also serve as a Northwest Regional Rep and on the First Five Association Board. I'm also a mother of 2 children who recently aged out of First Five. I'm the daughter of a second language learner and an immigrant from Guatemala. And it is all those things that I am here asking you to strengthen our network together, because it is the most critical time for us to get to solve things in a new way. We're all really versed in systems and how to do long-term solutions, and we locally have vested our efforts in those things, like applying for CYBHI and connecting to community schools movements. But the time is now so that we can be stable, so that we can provide sustainability for families like my own and others that call all of our state home. Thank you. I urge you to take action.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Ramirez. I'm the Executive Director with First Five Madera County from Central Valley. A true representation of our beautiful state of California with urban, rural, and mountain area, which I urge you to visit. Our communities have very unique challenges and strengths, and I can't convey in 1 minute what the commissions have been having to go through and the actions that we have been having to take in the last couple of years. So I'll just say this. During a natural disaster, aid comes to those in need. During this sharp revenue decline, well, not a natural disaster, this is a fiscal disaster, one that affects our community and our commissions very differently. So you're in the position to bring so much needed aid to stabilize our budget so that we can continue to support our shared mission and our respective roles. So I urge you to please take some action and to support us and to be our FEMA. Better will put our First Five California FEMA. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Nikki West I'm the Executive Director for First Five Mariposa. My commission decided this stabilization item on your agenda today is so important. They asked me to drive 8 hours down here to speak with you about it. The Mariposa Commission strongly supports the association's proposal for the commission to create this $25 million stabilization fund. In our county, we still provide direct services. We're thrilled to celebrate 25 years, but our 22-year-old preschool classroom buildings, they're starting to get old. Our roofs are leaking, the walls are starting to warp, and our accessibility ramps are starting to rust through. Having capital funds that can help us shore up our infrastructure would enable us to continue our direct services for many years to come. So I strongly urge you to consider this and help us through this bump in the road. Thank you.
Thank you for driving down as well.
Good afternoon, magandang hapon. Clarissa Ravello with First Five Kings. It's audit season, so that's what's on my mind. And there are two questions that are kind of getting more difficult to answer as each year goes by with our annual audit. Some of the questions are based on the documentation that we submit, and others are standard questions. But there's two questions in particular that stand out to me right now. The first question that the auditors asked me is, they're wondering why the difference or decline in financial support to our funded partners. And it's really, really hard to say because we don't have money. It really is. The other thing is, and I believe this is a standard audit question, are there any known conditions or events beyond the period of management's evaluation that may have an effect on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern? I don't understand what going concern meant, but it's basically, can you still exist next year? Can you still operate? We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Tillman, Executive Director of Trinity County, and I strongly support First Five Association proposal for the commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund for local county First Fives, as these funds will provide critically needed support to help local counties stabilize, reduce cuts of direct services and infrastructure, and plan for long-term stability. In Trinity County, we're a very small county with very dispersed population. First Five is the main funder for most of our programs for 0 to 5-year-olds, including drowning prevention, school readiness, that encompasses social and emotional health as well, and our Welcome Babies home visiting program. And currently, all of these are facing declines in revenue that are needed to support our children within these critical services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pedro Fultz. I'm the Executive Director in Ventura County. I've been with First Five for 22 years. And you can imagine, we've seen a lot of changes over the years. We've had to pivot, we've had to cut. But we are truly, as a network and as a county, at a tipping point. We can simply not cut anymore. Because if we cut further, we are now undermining the infrastructure we've built that is necessary to create a coordinated, county-wide, integrated system of care for our prenatal to 5 population and their families. So for those reasons, and for all the reasons you already heard, I really ask you to please work with the network. I understand based on the presentation on the financials that First Five California is in the same boat as we are, and we're all in the same boat together. So please work with the association and bring back that to the enrichment fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Director Wong and team. My name is Wendy Simone. I am the proud director of First Five Santa Barbara County, and I also serve as the vice president of the association. I've been here since now 25 years, and so I've seen this come up and go down, and we've always weathered those storms together. So it's very important to hear lines like co-create in alignment, and that's even more important and more critical now. And I urge you to move this item to action and approval because it is the first step to discuss how we get to the next step of sustainability. And I would also offer that I'm happy to host in Santa Barbara, a First Five Summit, because we're gonna have to get in a meeting to on our fiscal, what we're gonna do, how we're gonna sustain it. So I'll offer that up as to be able to host that, and whatever the details, we can work that out. Together, we're gonna work this out. We've always done it together. When First Five first came up, our first threat was Proposition 28, and we came together as a state and we came together as local counties. So I urge us to continue to move forward in the first step of getting to where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Karen Potts, and I have the honor and the pleasure of being the Executive Director for First Five Siskiyou Children and Families Commission,
for the last 20 years. In addition, it's been a gift to be the most recent treasurer for the First Five Association. My comments are based on the feedback of from Siskiyou and also Amador County. Nina couldn't be here, so she invited us to share information. I just have one question. If not this, then what? Today, if not this, then what? Today, you see the unity in all of us coming together to share with you the immense impact that this investment will have from Siskiyou County, which is the farthest north point from here, to right here in San Diego. Please support by saying yes in October. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public in the room that would like to make a comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to those on the phone.
Anna Apodaca.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Anna Apodaca, and I'm here representing First Five Alameda County. With the decline of Prop 10 revenue, I'm here today to support First Five Association's proposal for the Commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund for local counties' First Fives. These funds will provide critical needed support to help local counties stabilize, reduce cuts in direct services and infrastructure for plan for long-term sustainability. We know that system building efforts require deep investments and time to build systems that support whole community, whole family, whole child framework. The comprehensive approach we know is needed to position families and children for a life of well-being. Over the past 20 years, and with a heightened urgency this past decade, First Five Alameda has worked closely with our local leaders to identify federal state funding, such as Medicaid and CalWORKs, to fiscally leverage the work traditionally funded by Prop 10. In addition, over the past 7 years, we successfully positioned ourselves to be early implementation partner and named administrator for countywide measures. Collectively, both measures will generate close to $200 million annually. And while we celebrate this growth, we think it's one example of the critical role a First Five can play in the local landscape. The work of positioning us for funding has not been easy. System building and policy advocacy is a long game and requires steady, stable resourcing to support the persistent strategic and intentional effort it requires to do the work. Given all of this, we believe.
Thank you so much. We're gonna keep tight to that 1 minute time.
Heidi Kellison.
Thank you.
Heidi Kellison, I'm a First Five YOLO Commissioner. I wanted to offer my support, of course, and remind us that just as we are called to support marginalized people, we also need to consider marginalized counties. Yolo County is, by its size, poverty rates, and rural nature, a marginalized county. We take our $1.5 million Prop 10 allocation and turn it into $6 million. This is the equivalent of a fiscal and programmatic game of Tetris for our staff. Each year, we're required to evaluate the First Five California annual report. For the past few years, I have voted no because it does not address the declining revenues of Prop 10. I'll read a portion of what I've read into our record. As First Five YOLO works to maximize our resources by shifting our focus toward leveraging non-Prop 10 funding to meaningfully support First Five California's policy priorities, I would like to emphasize the importance of advocacy and urge First Five California to address the growing funding shortfalls. Thank you.
John Jones.
Hi, I'm John Jones, Chair of the First Five Contra Costa Children and Families Commission. I strongly support First Five Association's proposal for the Commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund for local First Fives. In First Five Contra Costa, we have had to reduce the impact we've had for our mental health consultation programs. We've had this topic on our agenda for a number of years, so we're taking sustainability and stabilization very seriously. I urge you to commit today that the stabilization fund be brought back for action and approval at your next commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
San Diego for Every Child.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Erin Hogleboom. I'm director of San Diego for Every Child, and I'm co-lead of Children First Collective and the mom of a 3-year-old. Thank you also for the invitation for CFC to present to you this morning. It's an honor to be in this work alongside all of you. I want to start by uplifting the work of our local First Five. What First Five San Diego does is nothing short of transformative. One of the biggest concerns we're hearing from parents and providers is the need for mental and behavioral health support, something that First Five helps address through healthy developmental services. They are a lifeline for so many families in our community, but that lifeline is at risk. These financial challenges are not just numbers on a page. They represent real threats to the services that thousands of youngest children rely on every day. I urge you to prioritize the establishment of this fund and ensure that it's brought back for action and approval. I understand that there are regular processes for doing things. However, I do want to emphasize that sometimes processes need to adapt to the need. Ensuring that First Five San Diego's across the state, including in San Diego, can continue their vital work is critical as we explore sustainable funding, including from the local sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jameis Shields.
Hello, my name is Jameis Shields, and I am the director of Laytonville Healthy Start Family Resource Center located in northern Mendocino County. I'm also the coordinator of our Family Resource Center network in Mendocino County, which is made up of 9 family resource centers located all throughout Mendocino County. Some of our resource centers are located in some of the most rural and isolated communities in our county, including my resource center. First Five Mendocino works with our local family resource centers to provide the Prop 10 funding because they recognize that the resource centers are already embedded in our communities, serving some of the most vulnerable families and children. Thanks to funding received through our local First Five Mendocino, we are able to serve the families in their own communities. I strongly support the First Five Association's proposal to the Commission to create the stabilization fund for the local county First Fives. I know it will make a difference throughout our state. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Serena.
Serena Lynn from San Diego County. I work for a nonprofit childcare agency, and I'm also a member of the Children's First Collective. I first want to recognize all of the individuals, and there are a ton of us that came before this commission to talk about this, and many of them are executive directors of local First Fives, urging you to move this forward and vote on the proposal for the $25 million stabilization fund. What most resonated with me is stabilization is the first step towards sustainability. This sustainability is clearly needed now. And second, my personal opinion, I see this as the First Five California Commission's responsibility. It's part of your mission to ensure children 0 to 5 have safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments. And with this much support and this much advocacy of the field, I don't understand why this wouldn't move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gareth Ashley.
All right, unmute. Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for giving this item time. I'm Gareth Ashley, Commissioner at First Five Contra Costa County. Surprise, surprise, I too strongly support First Five Association's proposal. Look, we've seen Prop 10 funds diminish year on year. We expect it to continue. We use your revenue projections when we do our strategic plans, but we've seen them coming below these projections for a number of reasons out of our control. So I feel stabilization funds are needed to help local counties maintain services and infrastructure, to plan for long-term sustainability, and to continue to work on systems change. So I urge you to support this action and immediately start the process that you outlined at the start of this item and bring it to the Commission for action as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Simon how many people we have in the queue?
Looks like we have 20 more.
Thank you very much.
Nicole Arnold.
Hello, Chair and Commission. Thank you for taking my message. My name is Nicole Arnold. I'm the Vice Chair of First Five YOLO Commission. I'm addressing you to support the establishment of a one-time stabilization fund for local First Five county commissions. We all make difficult decisions about how to best use limited resources to improve the lives of young children and families. This request is a way to directly impact the critical services and strategic systems work on the ground. First Five YOLO is leveraging and coordinating resources to promote equity and establish family-centered systems. We are expanding sustainability by moving into the new frontier of Medi-Cal billing. This strategy opens the opportunity for longer-term impacts, but it demands resources and capacity to build and execute. I ask that the Commission agendize action on the fund request at your November meeting. Thank you.
Ginger Harlow.
Sorry, it took me a minute to get the mute going. So my name is Ginger Harlow, and I'm the Executive Director for First Five Colusa. Colusa is a small rural agricultural county located in Northern California, about 2 hours north of Sacramento. Of course, I strongly support First Fives Association's proposal to the Commission to create the $25 million stabilization fund for local counties. As with many small counties, we are the only direct service provider to ensure that our youngest citizens and their families have equitable access to programs and services to provide better opportunities and outcomes. Continual decline in our Prop 10 revenue sources jeopardizes additional leverage funding sources that we have secured to sustain many of our programs and services. A reduction in state revenue initiates a trickle effect on our other leveraged funding, and we lose local and federal funding if we can't meet the minimum state match. Ultimately, this leads to fewer opportunities for some of our most vulnerable children and families in California. So I urge you to commit today to the stabilization fund and have it brought back to action at your next commission meeting.
Kitty Lopez.
Thank you. Kitty Lopez. I'm Executive Director of First Five in San Mateo County. I'm also the immediate past president of our association board. I do urge the Commission to accept the association's proposal before you. 11 years ago, when I started at First Five, the Commission and I decided to utilize our own fund balance and judiciously and thoughtfully withdraw funds to support our community investments. We withdraw $1 to $4 million every year because what we need to do in San Mateo for kids and families is much more than the tobacco tax allows, even though we leverage funds wherever we can. So I am urging the Commission to do the same. Utilize your own fund balance dollars to support our local First Fives throughout the state. There is no greater investment you can make than in your local First Fives, in the network of which.
Garth Lewis.
Greetings to the commissioners and Executive Director Wong. First, thank you for your continued service and dedication to our children. My name is Garth Lewis. I serve as a Yolo County Superintendent of Schools and a First Five YOLO Commissioner. I'm calling in today to share my strong support for the First Five Association's proposal for the Commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund for local county First Fives. As you're aware, in recent years, local commissions have been required to patch together funding from resources outside of Prop 10 due to declining revenues. Despite this challenge, locally, our First Five YOLO Commission has implemented several high-impact systems change strategies that have yielded impressive results for our children. For example, through our Welcome Baby Road to Resilience Home Visiting Project, 94% of enrolled children received their last recommended well child visit. Achieving these kinds of results requires time and capacity building across the entire system of care. And we are now at a crossroads as we seek funding to sustain our efforts to address systemic barriers to care and ensure more equitable outcomes, health outcomes for our children.
Teresa Zagara.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Teresa Zagara, Director of First Five San Francisco. I want to lift up that what we have been working to accomplish all these years through a statewide system of dedicated supports for our youngest children at their greatest stage of development has primarily been about reversing centuries of systemic racism and the resulting outcome disparities. What I am realizing is perhaps most disturbing about this time of rapidly declining revenue is that we are now at risk of introducing and exacerbating yet another layer of inequity for young children. When sustainability is largely left up to the unique and unpredictable local policies and political climates in individual counties, as is happening as we speak, you have families with young children now facing vastly different opportunities and realities in the early childhood service landscape, according to their county of residence. Now, depending on which county you live in, you may have a First Five leveraging new funds and new services, or you may have one ending programs or even preparing to shut its doors. This is only perpetuating the very inequity we have long been seeking to remedy.
Hugo Morales.
Hugo Morales. I am the co-executive director and co-founder of Radio Bilingüe, the National Latino Public Radio Network, and I am the longest standing commissioner for Fresno County First Five. I am the secretary of our commission. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I strongly support the First Five Association's proposal for the commission to create a 25 million stabilization fund for local county First Fives. I've had the privilege of serving as a commissioner for 20 years in Fresno County, and I've seen the great work that our county commissions have done on the ground in collaboration with community partners and First Five California, including Impact, the program Impact, town halls, is most recently the Refugee Family Support Funding. That funding is so important for many counties in California, including those in the Central Valley. Each of these opportunities has been a way to continue to fulfill the intent of Proposition 10 for all our First Fives, including
Amy Broadhurst.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm grateful to join you and all the greater First Five community today. I'm Amy Broadhurst, and I represent First Five Alpine. I want to echo the voices of my network partners throughout the state, asking you to acknowledge the urgency of the ask to establish a 25 million stabilization fund for local First Fives. The ask is for First Five California to co-invest with counties to strengthen our network and support children and families throughout the state. I urge you today to commit to the positive action and ask that you bring this back at your next meeting as an action item. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Brody.
David Brody. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize. I had a problem with my microphone. I please request you give me my minute. My name is David Brody. I'm the executive director of First Five Santa Cruz County. Over the last 5 years, Proposition 10 revenue in our county alone has declined by some 32%. When I joined First Five over 11 years ago, non-Prop 10 revenue sources totaled about $740,000. Today, it's over 2.3 million. So we've been creative and entrepreneurial, but there is a limit. For example, to avoid large cuts to our programs this fiscal year, we're going to spend $400,000 more than we take in. To put that in perspective, that's more than the total budget of our highly successful Baby Gateway program. And of course, we know that many First Fives across the state are not as privileged by proximity and access to philanthropic resources and community resources as we are, and are truly endangered today. Why First Five California? Because you are First Five California. Not only does the proposition that founded all of us expressly state that First Five California can do this, but we were born from the same act of political courage and carry the same mandate to speak for the youngest among us, because we are a family in purpose, and when a family faces challenges, we come together in support of each other, and that is what this stabilization fund represents. Thank you very much.
Gina DeLayden.
Thank you. Gina DeLayden, Executive Director of First Five YOLO. You have my letter in support of the fund. I'll just spotlight that First Fives work at the local level in alignment with Prop 10 and with and for families to create and facilitate a more integrated and coordinated and effective system of care for children prenatal to 5 is at stake. Locally, YOLO has worked to break new ground in achieving a reliable source of funding from Medi-Cal to offset decline in revenues. The ability to participate in Medi-Cal builds sustainability, and it requires funding for the capacity to make this happen. A one-time infusion of stabilization funding would help us to help ourselves in this endeavor. More broadly, by investing in a one-time stabilization fund, First Five California will demonstrate its leadership in making tangible progress for California's families. Please clearly agendize action on the fund at your next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Natalie Arroyo.
Hi, my name is Natalie Arroyo, Humboldt County Supervisor and First Five Humboldt Commissioner. I'm here to voice support for the Stabilization Fund to support critical direct services, which could be at risk in the near future. Humboldt is rural and geographically large. The largest city where I live in a 5-county area has 25,000 residents, and there are 9 federally recognized tribes within Humboldt. Some of our work that touches my heart, we hold play groups that are a real lifeline for families and connect them to resources in incredibly rural places. I recently met a single parent whose spouse had died suddenly in an accident, and this was the primary thing that kept them going with their 2 little children. It was so raw and absolutely brought me to tears. We also support the development of birthing plans for Native families that are culturally responsive and lead to healthy beginnings for families. Those are just 2 examples of how First Five here strengthens our community, and I thank you so much for your consideration of a stabilization fund.
Thank you.
Katie Rast.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Rast. I'm the Director of Community Impact at San Diego Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. First of all, I want to thank you all for your work and all that you do for the community. San Diego Foundation inspires enduring philanthropy and enables community solutions to improve our quality of life. We recognize the need to invest in the future of our region and the importance of expanding funding for services that support children, youth, and families. In San Diego County, First Five San Diego provides critical investments that support the health and well-being of young children and families. We recognize that between 2022 and 23 alone, these investments supported early education for over 16,000 children and over 31,000 health and social service referrals for families. San Diego Foundation supports the First Five Association's proposal to the Commission to create a stabilization fund for local county First Five organizations. These funds will provide critically needed support to help local counties stabilize, reduce cuts in direct services and infrastructure, and plan for long-term sustainability. Thank you again for the opportunity to lend our support to this important issue.
Thank you.
Erica Summers.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Summers. I'm the Executive Director for First Five in Yuba County. I also serve as a Sacramento Regional Representative and am a member of the Association Board. I strongly support the First Five Association's proposal to create a $25 million stabilization fund. This important investment would support us to continue to meet the unique, direct local needs of our diverse families and build infrastructure to plan for sustainability. In addition, the stabilization support would allow local commissions to continue the ongoing and new First Five to continue to support new and ongoing initiatives First Five California works towards, and many of which have been highlighted here today, such as home visiting coordination, impact work, refugee work, and others that help them meet their North Star goal. I urge you to commit today to the Stabilization Fund and the most important investment that will help all commissions throughout the state.
Nina Alcaraz.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nina Alcaraz. I'm here to represent First Five Monterey County. And like other previous speakers, I'm here to support the proposal for a stabilization fund. Due to the continuing decline in Prop 10 funding, we've had to cut both effective and popular programming, along with shift our services. And here in Monterey County, we've explored and secured funding in a variety of different ways. We've set up a stewardship fund to receive donations through our community foundation. We receive grants from most of our local philanthropic organizations. We've looked into Medi-Cal billing, like what's been mentioned previously. So like other First Five commissions, we have gone from a single source of revenue through Prop 10 to now over 40 different sources of funding to piecemeal and fill in the gaps. We've worked hard locally to maximize those funding opportunities, yet we are nowhere near where we want to be regarding sustainability. There was even a citizen-led ballot initiative that was put forward last year, but it didn't pass. And we congratulate the other counties that have had success with a tax measure for early childhood development, but not all of us are there, and we should not count on that as a strategy that will work everywhere.
Thank you.
Lucas.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So Lucas Ferrix, Chair of the Yolo County Board of Supervisors and also Chair of Yolo First Five Commission, calling you actually, believe it or not, from Anchorage, Alaska today. About ready to jump on the plane, but it was important to call in for this meeting. Sorry to not be able to join you in person. I want to just add my voice to the chorus of those strongly in support of First Five Association's proposal for the commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund for local county First Fives. You've heard from many, many others why this is important. I think you all know the reasons, and I'm not going to elaborate those here. I just would urge you to consider agendizing this at your next meeting in November. And also just want to thank you for your service as commissioners, and also just give a shout out to your executive director, Ms. Jackie Wong, for all her great work as well. Thanks so much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Sarah Salazar.
Hello, everybody. Sarah Salazar. I want to thank the commission for giving me a second opportunity to speak publicly today. I wanted to voice that stabilization fund is needed to ensure that the First Five network is strong, stable, and we can work together to benefit all children in California and their families. I urge you to commit today that the stabilization fund will be brought back for action and approval at your next commission meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First Five Modoc.
Hi, this is Nicole Hinton, First Five Modoc, Executive Director. I am one of the third smallest in First Five population counties, and we are grateful that you are letting us all speak today. We are, as a commission, in favor of bringing this to the First Five California Commission in October, the $25 million stabilization ask. I think it's important to know that as a network, we work very close. We are that family that was said before, and it is very important as First Five California to consider this request seriously, as there are sister counties in dire need of support in the near future. Thank you so much, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Michelle Stevens.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Stevens with Humboldt County First Five Commission. I'm a commissioner, and I'm also the assistant director of our county's Health and Human Services Department. I'm also calling to voice support for this stabilization fund. It's needed to ensure the collective First Five network is strong and stable so that we can work together to benefit all of California's youngest children and their families. Like other counties, we are experiencing budget challenges, not only in local government, but also in our local hospitals. It was just announced that one of our two labor and delivery hospitals will be closing its doors to its birth center, which will undoubtedly impact children and families in our community. There's also the changes to the Behavioral Health Services Act, decreasing funding to our local behavioral health departments and their partners, including public health. So I urge you to commit today that the stabilization fund be brought back for action and approval at your next commission meeting. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Andy from First Five Sierra.
Hello again. Thank you for giving me the chance to talk again. First Five California has created a unique system of work where collaboration and partnership are essential.
Can you speak to the microphone a little bit more? We can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. First Five California has created a unique system of work where collaboration and partnership are essential. This $25 million funding proposal is a testament to our collective hard work, dedication, and partnership, and we are proud to present it to you. I want to share what was discussed during one of our collaborative meetings a large county expressed that they are going to evaluate their needs before applying for this funding because the priority is to support our system. That is the reason that the proposal came with the opportunity for funding for the counties to apply.
Thank you.
Melody Easton.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the time from the entire commission. You've heard some amazing comments from every inch of our state so far. And so I just want to direct your attention to this section in the currently approved First Five California strategic plan that talks about network involvement. It says, as a partner in the First Five network, First Five California has an important role in amplifying the work of its local counterparts, creating a more cohesive First Five narrative, supporting local efforts to collaborate with state agencies, advocating for policies and investments that support children and families, and building public awareness and support around the experiences that result in healthy child development. So on behalf of the Northeast region, on behalf of First Five Nevada County, we would really urge you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shami Kareem.
Good afternoon, commission members and commission staff. My name is Shami Kareem. I'm the executive director of Stanislaus County. I strongly support the First Five Association's proposal for the First Five California Commission to create a $25 million stabilization fund for local county First Fives. These funds will allow each county the opportunity to continue the initiatives we have been working hard to establish over the past 25 years. Declining funds have forced us to eliminate or limit services we offer in our county in most recent years. The stabilization funds will provide critically needed support to local counties to stabilize and reduce cuts in direct services, as well as plan for long-term sustainability. I urge you today to commit to the stabilization fund, to bring it back for action and approval at your next commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last one. Wendy Went.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, as the culminating commenter today, I am in awe of my partners all across the network in California. I'm confident that the members of this First Five California Commission, as well as the staff at First Five California, are with us and hear the passion and the importance of this. It reminds me of a few agenda items ago when you were speaking about audacious goals and the need to start with outcomes. And there's no better way to realize outcomes in this state of California than to work in partnership and in coalition with your local First Fives. So I urge you to take seriously the comments that were made today, not just by First Fives, but our partners, our commissioners, our family members, our parents, and take this under serious consideration and bring back for action and approval in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're now going to take a half an hour break for lunch. We'll resume our meeting at 1:20. Thank you very much.
Here, back on right now.
Thank you, everyone. We're back in our meeting. Appreciate this. I wanted to give a couple updates about our calendar. We are on item 6 and we are we'll have a discussion around that. We're going to abbreviate our conversation on number 7, and which is around state and federal budget and legislative update. And we will abbreviate our conversation on item 10 and 11 with the plan that we go into closed session at 3 p.m. Thank you. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I welcome us back and open it up to my fellow commissioners. We've closed public comment for any questions, comments, feedback that they have on the presentation and the public comment that we heard regarding this proposal. Sorry, I thought discussion. So just for clarification purposes, the stabilization fund you envision is a $25 million fund. That would be like a competitive grant and awarded to those counties that are most in need.
Thank you, Commissioner. We feel that because of finite resources, the allocation formula is something that we love to work with staff on to see how much each county can apply for. That said, we don't feel it should be a competitive process, but more of an uplifting of local challenges and local solutions through that application process. If that makes sense. So not competing for dollars with each other, but rather setting an allocation cap for each county that each county can then apply to with their needs and outcomes.
So not every county would necessarily apply if they were, wasn't a need.
That's
So only
correct.
those theoretically who are in need, and then there would be tiers of funds.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Jimenez. Question. This would be a one-time potential allocation. So what would be different a year from now that would assure stability of those organizations that would be eligible to receive some sort of one-time?
Our expectation is that this would allow time for future planning, for additional resources and sustainability. And a year or two from now, I'm hoping that we all as a network will have a plan to do that. At the current state, many counties are planning month to month and year to year. And the stabilization fund will address that current uncertainty and current urgency to allow them to plan for future sustainability. At the same time, I'll just say that we know a lot of, you've heard from a lot of county and community leaders that the funds will support, in many cases, directly children and families. And so we know that there is a great potential to come back a year from now and report out on how many kids and families were served with this investment. And we know that their lives are going to be different as a result of this investment.
I have two questions. One is a quick one, just because I'm not familiar with how the association works together to bring things forward. So bear with me. Out of the 58 counties, is there any county that is not in support of this? Do you vote? What's the process?
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner. In terms of process for bringing action items forward or support of legislation or even advocacy activities, we go through our board process. So we have a board of 12 members that are represented with 6 regions and 6 at-large members. And in this case, the association board voted to move forward with this proposal to the commission. In terms of your second question about support throughout the state for this proposal, there are no counties that I know as of today that are opposed to it.
Okay, great. That was actually one question, so maybe I lied. It's 3
Yeah,
questions.
sure.
Okay, and again, just as information finding, I have documented all 44 comments, including your opening comments. And as I do my quick math, I'm taking Martha to make a good job of research, evaluation quickly. A vast majority talked about some of the amazing things that they're already doing for sustainability. Several spoke very specifically to other fundings that they were leveraging. This money might help them in their matches and things like that. So really just a deep question. In this year that you all would figure out these plans, what has held you back from having this plan? What are the obstacles that have kept you from having that plan? Like, what is this you're really doing that you haven't done already?
Yeah, I would say, I believe it was Monica from Madera talked about the financial emergencies that have faced the counties over the last 2.5 fiscal years due to Proposition 31. It is a cliff that exacerbated our declining revenues, as you all know well. What that meant for counties in the last, again, 1.5 years, 2 fiscal cycles, has been only focusing on supporting their communities, being able to address local community needs with 20% less dollars. That's been their total focus. Not the focus about long-term sustainability, not the focus about where are we in 10 years or 25 years. When you're making hard decisions about closing down family resource centers, stopping the only diaper bank program in your community, those are what take up everyone's time. When you're thinking about laying off your own staff, having hard conversations with all the nonprofits that you support, that has been the life of First 5 counties, the majority of them, for the last almost 2 years now.
Sure, thank you for that. Specifically speaking, and I'll just share with you, that's as a leader of a nonprofit, that's my role all the time, right? And so I understand and I really, really appreciate all the efforts to continue to serve the kids of California. My question more specifically though is, since so many counties have done such a good job at trying to leverage the funding through other sources, do we believe that there are significantly untapped resources and opportunities within those communities that would arise over this year?
There could be, and this stabilization fund would offer the time to explore those opportunities. We're working with Kathy Sunderland, who is a consultant of this commission, to look for other funding opportunities. That said, every county is different. There are 58 counties, 58 stories, 58 politics, 58 tax bases, 58 situations of philanthropy, as I think David Brody mentioned. So it is, it's vast and diverse.
Thank you.
You had asked 100 million from the legislator, and then now it's 25 million from us. So I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, what can we do with the 25 million when the original ask was 100 million?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner. The $100 million request from the state was directly tied to the revenue loss over the last 2 years to counties, which, to be specific, is 111 million. And so the 100 million is what we were asking for. That was tied to the revenue lost to First 5 counties. That is different than the community cuts that are taking place, because counties, as you heard, are having to draw down from their fund balance at a more rapid pace than they ever have. And so the $25 million request, we think, is a meaningful amount that allows for flexibility for this commission and flexibility for the counties to apply for a fund in order to stabilize them. It is not replacing all the revenue lost. That is not what we're seeking. We're not seeking to replace all the revenue lost. That, I think, is the longer-term sustainability conversation we'd like to have. Does that help answer the differences in the two numbers?
Keep it open for my fellow commissioners, but let me just jump in with one question. What you just said, you talked about a long-term sustainability plan that you'd like to work on. Can you talk about that more and how that is tied to the $25 million request?
Sure, I think what we could build with the stabilization fund could be a scaffold or ladder to long-term sustainability solutions that have yet to be defined. But there is talk out there and internally in our network about things like new tax measures or looking at, we brought it up at this commission, other sin taxes that are possible. There's a significant amount of investment in CalAIM and Medi-Cal, and how's the network leveraging all of that collectively. I think we need some more time to have those discussions on long-term sustainability. And this stabilization fund, like I said, would buy us time. buy all of us some time to have those deep conversations and not have to worry about layoffs, closing down centers, closing down childcare facilities in the short term so that we can focus in the long term.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayden. Thank you. I think one of the things I'm sort of grappling with and trying to better understand, as you, and appreciate you outlining, both the who, and what, and how, dollars might be used. I think the thing that I'm grappling with, particularly is the what, because it seems like a lot of what's for $25 million. And I heard it, we heard a question around, so would this be, is your proposal request that this would be competitively bid? And it sounds like the desire is that potentially every county would have access to these dollars. And so, you know, in my head, because I'm thinking through, okay, well, if we're saying a big chunk of the 25 would be divided some way amongst all of those counties, it's not very much for each county. But again, I know every single dollar makes a difference, and for every child who's helped, right, that's meaningful. And on the list is doing really robust, meaningful sustainability work and financial planning work, which isn't cheap work. And if there's polling involved around, you know, new measures and getting on the ballot, like all of those things. So I guess as you think about all of the things you're hoping to do with very limited dollars, what's the most important? What is the greatest need? Is the expectation, is it a realistic expectation to think that you can do all of the things that have been listed here for the amount requested, and based on what you're seeing on the ground, and I think the shared desire for sustainability, what do you think is the highest impact with these funds?
Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Chair. Our approach on one of the principles on the how that we put up there is to be community driven. And what stability means in every county is different. And so our proposal is to open up the opportunity for each county to describe what stability means for them, whether it's programmatic, whether it's infrastructure related. That said, if there's a common theme that we can agree to, that should absolutely be a part of every county's expenditure of funds, like sustainability planning, we're more than happy to explore that with the commission and make sure that that is part of the process. What we don't want to see is sort of the typical way that we all fund programs. We define the program. Let's just say home visiting, these are the parameters, this is the evaluation metrics, this is what we're gonna do, and now grantees go implement it. We don't want that type of top-down approach with this stabilization fund. We really want to hear from the communities, how do you define sustainability? We attempted to categorize them into 2 buckets, and granted they're big buckets. If we need to narrow those buckets, we are all ears on how to do that with the commission to align with your goals as well.
So that's helpful. Is it accurate then to say that, because it sounds like there's an openness potentially, instead of thinking about emergency stabilization, which to me says one-time dollars to fill urgent needs today, is there an openness to thinking instead of about emergency stabilization, about a fund for ongoing sustainability, or to support ongoing sustainability? Because that feels very different, and it feels like we're conflating 2 distinctly different things into one ask, and so I'm trying to react to both, and it's tricky.
Yeah, that is a great perspective, Vice Chair, and I'd love to take that to our membership and have that conversation Is there a way to narrow more and talk about sustainability and how is that different than stabilization? We'd be happy to take that back and.
Yeah, and I think one other thing, I'm grappling with hearing, seeing what was presented and hearing, public comments, is that some of these cuts have already been made. Right, so the point of stabilizing or backfilling it, once the cuts have been made and based on, I mean, and this is just super, tactical, you think of the logistics of what would be required. Wouldn't really be able to come in any timely way, to address these urgent needs and things that have been cut, in communities already. So just additional feedback.
Okay, one more. Thank you. So you talked about the who, like some criteria that could be established. Has the association already done an analysis in terms of who are those county first 5 organizations that are closest to risk? In terms of falling off the cliff next year?
Yes.
Terminology we used when I was a local commissioner, so.
Yes, Commissioner, in terms of analysis related to revenue to fund balance, the association has done some preliminary analysis on that. So there's a little bit of work to do that analysis, but I just want to mention that the assessment to that in terms of closest to risk, the only analysis we've done is that fund balance to revenue, which is all public information, and part of the annual report.
And is there an end value, like how many of the 58? Is it half? Is it 20? How many of the local first 5s?
Yeah, I can give you.
I just want a number.
Yeah, I can give you an average,
Okay.
a median number that is preliminary. The average run rate, if you will, how many years of fund balance to revenue is just over 2 years. That's the average. So, I'm sorry, that's the median. Apologize. So everything above and below 2 point, I'll get you the exact number. I don't want to quote it here. It's just over 2 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Plum.
So isn't First 5 California already working to stabilize the counties? And do what you're proposing? For the small counties too?
Well, I think there's two answers I have to that, Commissioner. One is, in terms of the programmatic investments that First 5 California is making, right now, they are very specific to specific programs, and they're not as wide or focused on stability or infrastructure or leveraging or long-term planning. They're very program specific, with significant reporting requirements that come along with it. So there's a big difference with the current investment versus what we're proposing now, both for purpose and also reporting. But the second question or the second response I have that you raised is around small population counties. I would venture to say that is in my opinion, the #1 equity investment that First 5 California is making and has made for a couple decades now, to provide that foundational support to small counties. That said, these are year-to-year agreements right now. We're hoping that they're extended. The formula hasn't changed in many years, even though costs go up. Grants stay the same. That's something we're working with staff on right now, is to address the changes in the small population county augmentation grant right now. But it is foundational, formula hasn't changed, costs continue to go up, and it is still a year-to-year grant.
Yes, questions. For clarity, the formula changed 4 years ago in a process with the association to reestablish that formula. And it was originally commissioned by the commission, I think some of you were on here, is that it was authorized for 4 years and it was a 3-year grant with a 1-year extension. And that's what the executive director Mekadesian was talking about. So right now it's 1 year, but it was a 30-year, and we're in the middle of actually trying to figure out what that next iteration that will come back to the commission for, and I agree, and I said this at the first association meeting, it is an equity. I mean, for the very first meeting I had with you, that small counties know that, so it's not, and that's something largely support, the state, and that is kind of rooted in stabilization of the counties that have the least amount. So just reporting Flipper, it's not year to year, it was a multi-year, but we're in the middle. Sorry, through the chair. Yes. We're in the 1-year extension. We just started it when, I'll look at, I'll look at Dr. Dominguez. Sorry, so technically we're on the 4th year. So they concluded their 3rd year. And we did the 1-year extension, which is the 4th year. And we also did a lot of streamlining on the process and operation, in particular to data gathering, and even how they submit their information to us. So we've done that since I've been here, and I've been here a year. Actually, this week was my anniversary. So we've made those rapid changes to ensure that their workforce is not stressed, because we know that a lot of them are multiple hats at the small counties. Yeah, the 1-year extension went very seamless. And that's how Glenn came up. Thank you. I know we have this is a significant issue, and we have lots of discussion and lots of questions. So Director McAgee, we appreciate you being here. Do you want to ask a question?
I'm just curious, have we, as a commission, is there capacity building grants that we've done in the past, or have they all been more programmatic?
I think one would argue that the small towns are capacity.
Like capacity building for like sustainability, is that?
I think that depends on the conversation, so, to help us understand what you mean by capacity building.
Like funding to create a space and opportunity to come up with long-term sustainability plans.
Finger up, so Dr. Dominguez Franklin. Actually, yes, I'm gonna say yes. And actually this morning, we had a perfect example. San Diego talked about all the wonderful work that they're doing with the childcare. That was part of our shared services pilot project that I'm gonna talk about today. And that was specifically focused on the business capacity. There's some learnings there, but that helped them also to spend some time for sustainability and to do some planning and some TA on their business aspect. And then impact, a lot of them, actually, most of them get impact dollars. They're able to leverage the impact dollars to do some of that as well. Any other questions? And then we'll open it up to commissioners' comments. Commissioner Fowler? Oh, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Rizzo.
Hello, everyone. I too took notes of all the counties. I appreciate everybody coming out and talking to us today. Yolo County, I'm not sure who the speaker was, because I started writing what she was talking about. It was one of our marginalized smaller communities. And what I wrote down is not sure that's what I heard, but if it is, I do want to discuss it further. Says that they took their $1 million in funding and they turned it into $6 million. I would sure like to know how they did that. So I'm not sure if I heard that wrong, but that is something I would like to hear more about.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is not unique just to YOLO. They're absolutely a standout to leverage funding. And every county is doing this. However, this is also year-to-year funding First Fives are operating like small nonprofits, not as a system for young children, not as a public entity in every community because of this financial emergency. And so counties like Yolo are having to go to philanthropy, leverage Medi-Cal, pretzel their way and Tetris their way, as one of the commissioners said, into creating a full program for their community. This is why stabilization is so important.
Thank you. Let me, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Answering all of our questions, being so open. Want to express significant appreciation to all those that participated in public comment. As you can hear from even just the commissioner's questions, we all took copious notes and really absorbed deeply the information. So I want to thank you for that. And I also wanted just to open it up to my fellow commissioners to share their feedback and comments as well. Commissioner Rizzo, I am not going to forget you this time. If you would like to start or jump in, just please let us know, and we'll make sure that we go to you.
Thank you. I need to regain my thoughts though, because I'm still on my last comment to Alvo. So let me regain some thoughts here.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Majors?
Yeah, so just for comments, I'll tell you, after listening to all 44 and Avo and everyone who spoke, I was exhausted, but not exhausted from hearing it. You know, exhausted from what I kind of said earlier. It's like we look at all of the challenge faced by young children in California. And, you know, in my own daily work, I leave every day knowing there are people that I didn't serve. There are children that I didn't serve, and it's hard. What I can say positively is I really love hearing from all the counties and all the work that you're doing, all of the individual tailored work. I hear what you're saying when you talk about, you know, the funders could just give us our money and let us do things. I subscribe to that, right? I'm like, I know what my community needs. I know what my family needs. And I sit on a lot of different tables, so I also know what accountability means, right? And we're trying to find the space in between. But I just want to just say, I heard every single one of you. I even had to look up some of your names because you were talking so quickly. So I appreciate every single one of you and what you're doing in your county specifically to know your families, your kids, and all the needs. Knowing every day you all probably also go home knowing you didn't serve everybody. So we see you. I thank you. I think there are going to be some hard conversations that we have. I will just say this, as if you guys needed to hear this, I am an outspoken person, so it's really challenging with this environment to be able to think out loud without saying something that maybe seems like it goes against your thoughts. It's just one girl to, you know, trying to figure out how do we make the best decisions here. One of the things I'm challenged by, because one of my founders of my organization was one of the first commissioners, and she's still is here. I mean, not here, but she lives in LA. And I sat down and asked her, like, what was your plan? Like, you left me with a pickle. Like, what were your plans to, you know, folks, hopefully we're gonna stop smoking, right? And, you know, she says, you know, they were really so happy with the win of money being directed through Prop 10 to young children, and really counted on smart people like all of us, all of you all, to be figuring some of those things out. So I think the pickle we're in is exactly where we're supposed to be. And I just encourage us all to show grace and really be thoughtful as we move to the next chapter of this. But I just want to thank everybody who spoke today.
Thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, I appreciated the presentation and all the comments, a lot to think about, and I really appreciated the letter from the attorney. I haven't read it yet, but I've always wondered what's the legislative history? What was the intent and kind of the plan for this? And I really urge us as a great opportunity as we're doing our strategic planning to work closely. And try to leverage the funds and think creatively. I think there's a lot of opportunities. We have the biannual meetings, but to maybe have another 1 or 2 a year where we're convening potential funders, the corporate sector, the foundation sector, government, federal government, and really like start, it's hard work. And if we can always say, because there's so much program work and instant needs, like we'll do it later. It's never gonna come if we don't start now. So we really need to start hammering out those details because there are corporations that are funding certified work. There are funders who are interested, and how can we let them know the good work that the counties are doing and that we're doing to leverage these funds more effectively and serve more children.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Paul.
Pressing the wrong button. So, I respect the work that, you all do, because I came from a county commission, over in Solano County. And I understand how you have to, become pretzels, become, Tetris masters to make the funding fit. And then I've urged, First Five California to look at, into diverse forms of funding to help our counties become, what is it? Jackie said, we were born to die.
For clarification, I did not say that.
Okay, well, somebody said that. No, that was you, Dr. Williams.
That is a rap song, or I wanted to know.
I think it's maybe it's a religious reference or something. But how do you get past dependency on this type of funding? And how do you bring in, new funders, new stakeholders? There is an interest. And just looking at that kind of thing, but I understand what you're saying. It's hard when you're in the middle of putting out all kinds of different fires. We see that too. I've seen it over in the local commissions. And I appreciate you bringing that to us and, basically, opening up your hearts and sharing what's going on. So again, I urge the California First Five to look at, increasing the pot. Growing, I know I'm growing the pot, not in that way, but yeah. Just, a bigger piece of the pot.
Thanks. How do we do revenue maximization? Any other commissioner comments? Feedback, thoughts? Vice Chair Hazen.
Thank you. I think what I know for sure is that we all want to do every single thing we can for every single child and family in every single county that needs us. I think that's clear from what we've heard from commissioners, what we heard from every county. And we don't have the dollars to do it. And so the question, that I'm left with is, if you've got this number you all have put out, $25 million, what is the best way to maximize those dollars to drive the greatest impact for all of these kids and all of these families we care about? And I think that's the work we need to do. And is it filling some urgent, immediate needs? And I think it may be an either or proposition, or are we all better served using those dollars to work to generate more resources, right? To create a bigger pie. Because not only are we faced with declining revenues, we heard, first thing from Children's First Collective, they talked about in terms of, mental health resources. They referenced the Children's Now scorecard, the California is last when it comes to mental health resources for children and youth, right? So needs are growing. We collectively are spending less, and so how can we shift the conversation so that in this giant economy that is California, that is a resource-rich environment, how do we shift the conversation to create a bigger pie? And I think that's really important work. And I don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish, and well, we have urgent needs today, and not using the dollars that we have available to really do more over the long term.
Thank you. Commissioner Jimenez.
And maybe I'm getting to where you're going, Chair. I'm just wondering about like next steps. I know this isn't an action item, but I do feel that as a commission or through one of its committees and staff should work with the association and its and some of it their members to ensure that as a whole, we're moving in the same direction in terms of stabilizing, because we saw the numbers and we'll continue to see the numbers, you know, at the state level, the 20% that we get is also declining and our contractors' costs are increasing, et cetera. You know, we've done major changes in our administration budget to make sure that we're not overspending. And so I do see this as a joint effort between the state commission, its staff, and the locals to come up with some strategies or solutions so that in the end, California can be successful in its achieving what we've set out to do. So I don't know if that's through the finance committee or I defer to you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rizzo.
I appreciate that so many counties came out today during public comment, very diverse from small remote to some larger ones. I agree with Commissioner Majors that I can assure you that you were heard. I took 2 pages of notes by county, and I appreciate your passion and advocacy for our 0 to 5 children in your communities. That's it for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am so grateful to my colleagues. Yes, thanks, Chair.
One more thought in terms of next steps, and wondering how this fits into strategic planning. So in addition to this, potentially going back to fiscal committee, how does that overlap with strategic planning? And I think we would be missing something if we're not thinking about both of these things together.
Even more reason to say what I was about to say, which is I am so grateful to my colleagues for their deep consideration and thought, because we are faced with what many have said is an existential crisis in terms of how California is going to support children and families. I personally want to just recognize some things that I heard. The majority of counties were here and it said they support. There was, I applaud, as Commissioner Rizzo highlighted, just incredible revenue maximization, opportunities to blend funding within the counties, and at the same time, in extremely difficult circumstances to continue supporting children and families. My heart goes out. I ran an FRC Family Resource Center in San Francisco, and hearing that communities are faced with, communities that neighbor San Francisco are faced with closing down family resource centers and home visiting programs is deeply, deeply distressing to me. I have had the great opportunity, as I know all my colleagues here have, working alongside First Five with Director Zaguero in San Francisco, supporting community during COVID and through good times. Our work in family strengthening is about supporting families in good times and in crisis, similar to childcare. And we are all, as you heard in our fiscal report, dealing with declining revenue, all of us. as Vice Chair Hazen and others have said, we all want to do everything we can in every community, and we have limited funding. So and I think the colleague from Ventura said we're all in the same boat. Yes, we are all in the same boat. So I think a couple things came out of this, is distinction between stabilization versus sustainability. I think there's a clear desire of the commissioners and the First Five leadership and team to work closely with the association to think about what this looks like. And there are also a lot of questions that remain to get worked out. I know the First Five Association was even working on a couple components just in the conversations around understanding the risk level, who is closest at risk, trying to really talk with the association members around the difference between sustainability versus stabilization, and a great deal of the additional work to, really try to understand what this looks like. So I do appreciate, this is not an action item, it is an information item. I can personally tell you, and I think Vice Chair Hazen, we would be grateful to have opportunities to meet with you. We're happy to work with you as in our roles as soon as September. Let's put a date on the calendar, work with the team on it. And I think that the work that Commissioner Jimenez discussed of having the Fiscal and Audit Advisory Committee with Commissioners Jimenez and Rizzo take a deep dive in looking at the questions. I think we still have more questions and refinement and work to do on this measure. But I think what you're hearing from all of us is that we understand the issues and we are committed to working with you I think resolution is a strong word, but to see how we can advance our collective effort on behalf of the children and families of every county and tribe in California.
I think staff just needs clarity on what the direction is here. And I think the audience needs clarity on what the direction is here.
I think we're asking the team to, sorry, put it back on you.
That's right. It's like, okay.
So I think there's a lot of work that can happen in the fiscal committee. So we can spend some, time, the team works in the fiscal committee and we can.
So for clarity, are we talking about the sustainability or the stabilization?
I think it's answering those questions, both of those questions.
Okay. Answering both, good. Okay. Staff, are we clear? On next steps for us?
No. Do we mean host the conversation about sustainability and stabilization in the committees?
Yes.
Okay.
Continue those conversations. I know some have been having, but continue those conversations until we really refine what the proposal is and are able to, collect the data, understand where it is so that we can really think about it holistically.
So is the container, just to follow that for staff so they'll understand. So the idea is to make this proposal better.
I think it's to flesh out some of the questions and details. Commissioner Jimenez?
Yeah, if I may, I don't know if it's this proposal or what. I think collectively, we have to come up with a solution to assure that in the short term, all of our local county commissions and the staff are stabilized, and then come up with a long-term sustainability plan, both for the state commission as well as for each of the 58.
So that's helpful to actually just have a baseline of critical mass. What is urgent, who's on the margins, which is probably what we're gonna do as part of small council populations anyways. And then talk about, I think we're all in agreement. I was gonna say growing the pot, but growing revenue generation and long-term sustainability. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I heard also that in those conversations, that be a part of our strategic plan, the long-term sustainability.
Because it could be that how we've conducted our business in the past may not be how we need to be doing our business going forward to better support our children and families in the counties, considering declining revenues.
Just point of clarification, I really wanna help our team understand this. Are you guys giving us direction and green light to take over the whole civilization of all of the counties?
No, this is for further review and conversation. Commissioner Majors and then Commissioner Vice Chair Hazen.
My goal is to be helpful, not harmful, but I don't want to forget that we have a proposal that has been given to us. And so, but I will say, there's further analysis that you said you all were doing, and there's further questions that we have. But I don't want to be moving into, we have so much to do, right? But I don't want to forget what we've been asked. And that, I hate to say this to my kids, but it's like, if you ask me to answer now without information, but I think there's more information. You all are doing more analysis. We have more questions. So I don't know process, but can you convene the conversation to deal with more of that information? To get more at what are we asking? Yes, I think I'm afraid if you're getting too broad to say, are you tackling the sustainability versus stability question? You can figure out that we're gonna make you like president, right? I mean, it's too big. So I just think that given what we've been given, I think we have to dig deeper into that. They have more analysis that hopefully we can be privy to. And I think we have more questions. I don't think we're able to capture all of that today.
And this is not an action item, so, it is not, we have to understand those questions, we have to do the further analysis. It will be something that the finance committee can take a look at and develop that out, so that things are resolved, in terms of questions that we have and information that we need to seek. Vice Chair Hayden.
Yeah, I appreciate the fiscal committee, looking into this and helping us to get answers to some of these questions. I think the one thing also that I want to make sure we're not forgetting as we think about what kids and families need and what resources are available. Yes, there's declining revenue here. I also think, and I can speak, as I look at San Diego, 4-year-olds in particular are benefiting from significantly more resources as we look at transitional kindergarten. And so as we think about whether it's access to mental health and other services, nutrition, early learning, childcare, like we exist in a very different environment than we did 25 years ago. And so I would just ask that the fiscal, we really think about, so going back to where I started around outcomes, right? Like how are kids and families doing? And so not just thinking about how our commission's doing, that's really important. And my kids actually need better off than getting dollars from other places. So just making sure that we're always thinking about children and families and about what our goals are as we think about dollars required to do the work we're trying to do.
Thank you. That
I think we have clarity now in terms of like what we're trying to do, outcomes. It's not a dollar amount. We just have more questions to kind of drill down. And I hear loud and clear, outcomes is aligned with the strategy plan conversation we had this morning. That's what. Just we have one more question.
Yes, we need to resolve those questions.
Cheryl, right, if I may, I don't think I have clarity or the 58 counties have clarity on what our role should be after today. We have put together a proposal. We have gone through things like what, who, how. Again, we're dealing with not all the information. When you haven't had any directional support on this proposal, we haven't had any conversations on here are our guardrails with this proposal. And so I would just say, before we continue to work on this proposal and, flesh out a lot of further detail, we need significant partnership from First Five California on this. We're just kind of shooting in the dark with our proposal. So we need some directional, and also I don't want to forget the urgency here. We've been talking about this since October of 2023 and even before that. And we came to this point of a specific proposal, a specific dollar amount, specific ideas of who, what, where after a year. So we need some guidance. We need some guidance.
Thank you, and we hear you and we really appreciate it, and we'll endeavor to create that environment.
Thank you.
Thank you again. This closes this item, number 6. We're gonna move on to the state and federal budget legislative update. This is gonna be a condensed item, given the time we have. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to our new staff member, Jorge De La Cruz.
Thank you, commissioners, and just for the sake of time, all the information that was gonna be discussed today can be found in the memo. It's just a brief description of the bills that we're supporting. But what I do wanna mention in this timeframe is that as we continue to advocate for policy initiatives that promote the well-being and development of Californians and its residents, it's crucial that our legislative agenda remains firmly aligned with First Five California's North Star and ambitious goals. So what does that mean, right? That means that we're gonna analyze every bill that we support, or monitor, or even oppose at times, based on bills that are focused on ACEs, childcare and development, education, healthcare, social services and welfare, infrastructure and public services, equity and inclusion, and regulatory and legal matters that pertain to the 0 to 5 population in California. That way, we can really define what First Five California focuses on, and we're in tune with our, again, North Star and ambitious goal. So more to come on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for your work. Is there any commissioner comment? Questions? Thank you. Any public comment on this matter? Anyone virtually? No. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We'll move on to item number 8, the program and research update. I'd like to welcome Dr. Martha Domingos Brinkley, as well as my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Majors, who's the chair of the Program Evaluation Advisory Committee, to provide this report.
Sure, thank you, and thank you everybody for your attention. Given time, I will just give a quick overview, because staff, I know, are ready to move forward with proposing some action. We had a meeting on July 8th, where we talked about a couple of things. One, the CELED program, through our Stronger Starts programming, encouraging positive parenting skills. And we were getting great results that were shared with us, high satisfaction, and overall positive behavior change, which is what we want to see in the success of many of our programs. Second, we talked about the fatherhood strategy, which you all remember our last meeting together is near and dear to my heart. Moving California's fathers into that position that they really need to be, helping deal with the issues of toxic stress and being buffers of toxic stress. More to come in our, not this commission meeting, but our next commission meeting. And the last of the 3 that I wanted to bring to your attention is the public relations RFP that was shared with us around childcare affordability. Let's see, they gave a couple of statistics that I want to share with you. About 10,000 childcare programs have closed at the heels of COVID, many providers not returning. I'm working in my daily work with providers and seeing a lot of the stress, not only financial stress, but other stresses that are impacting them. This just being one reason that we're dealing with a lack of childcare spaces for children to go. Which also is elevating the cost of childcare because there's less available. And this crisis is causing parents in many ways to drop out of the workforce if they are, if there's no childcare resources readily available and they can't afford them. Sometimes they're having to make the choice of dropping out of the workforce with having an impact on them. So we'll hear a little bit more about the RFP around just sort of this public will building campaign. So it was a great meeting and you'll hear more about it from staff.
That's actually me, and it's the PEO committee, but you and staff are gonna switch the slides real quick, but you introduced the purpose of the item, the action item around the PR campaign perfectly. Childcare is an amazing crisis, it's been intractable, I'll tell you just experience from the legislature, sometimes there are issues that are so beyond simple resolution that it takes a tremendous amount of information.
Just a point of order, we need to go into program. I think we were supposed to, talk about the program, you did the program evaluation versus the, public PR.
Oh, did I?
That's okay, so we'll pause, that's okay, we can just roll into, Dr. Nancy Brinkley's, research. We can go back, there's just point of order that it's agenda items. The next.
Okay, we're on 8, correct?
Yes, we're number 8, it's the program, not the. EEO. Oh, 7.
It's because it's the switch in the agenda.
Oh, that's right, sorry, yes, 7.
All good.
Okay, I was.
Thank you, Simon.
You got it.
I appreciate the nimbleness. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited to kind of walk you through this beautiful Candy Land that I've learned over a year ago. And I used to call it Candy Lane, but then I continuously got corrected, so I think I did some quality improvement on that. But if you had your little cart or your little man, we have been traveling across this little snake, and we're now at evaluate the project. And I'm gonna talk about a couple of projects in the program. And then I'm gonna move us up on research on the development of the project, and I'll give you an update on that. But I just kind of wanted to use it as a reference, because sometimes we use this, and I just want to continue to nod on this as you guys are looking at our different tools that we use. In terms of program innovation, I really want to give a shout out to my program consultants. They're all in Sacramento listening in. Lakshmi has done a wonderful job on the refugee family support, and you all did a wonderful job back in 2022 when you allocated funds, $3 million for a period of 2 years, and then at a no-cost extension, there was an extension of an additional year. Right before I came in to extend it for a couple of counties so they can continue to finalize their deliverables. So today I want to talk about OKRs, which in the research world is objectives and key results. And it's really highlighting the key efforts from an impact perspective on the return on investment and from a result-based accountability, what your funds have really done and where the dollars went. So from 2022 to 2024, the $3 million really served over 1,000 families collectively, and there's different aspects or buckets that the families leverage, different navigation of services, basic needs, health and well-being, language assistance, and other types of support as refugee families with children of 0 to 5 came to and resettled in California. Some of the key results that we learned, and I really like what Commissioner Co-Chair Sheena said earlier in the meeting about learning about the projects or investments that we do. And this is exactly this template, what it does for us and for our commission staff to take a learning. So we learned that promoting and streamlining resources coordination is really critical for families, because sometimes families don't know what resources are from one system to the other. They just walk into a building and they want to be served. We also learned that increased focus of trauma-informed approaches really are critical to really allow us to meet our North Star Foundation goal, which is a safe spaces and supportive environments while building resilience in refugee families, but also across California families.
We also know that ensuring that having increased focus on cultural responses approaches is super critical. Because we know that California is the most beautiful state in the nation with the most diverse and linguistic communities across the nation. Some other key takeaways in practice that I wanted to highlight because I think they're really meaningful as we move forward in some of the work that we do, is that we know we have trusted messengers to do the warm referrals and the systems coordination. Trusted messengers is a really hard job, and that may look differently in different communities. It could be your promotoras, it could be your breastfeeding coordinator, it could be your health educator, it could be your social worker, it could be your intake person, it could be the person at the desk taking the phone calls. But the trusted messengers at the local communities are a really key asset to First Five Network. So that's a big plus for us. The other thing that the grants helped us identify is just the different building and strengthening social ties in their communities. And also leveraging resources and coordinating systems. These are the key takeaways that really allowed us to learn what we're good at. The other thing is the workforce, understanding that we need to have a workforce that has those lived experiences. Not just on the culture linguistically, but also in the life practices. Other things that we also learned are really important are just underscoring how language and cultural sensitivity really inform the trauma informed. If we're really trying to reach the North Star and audacious goal, this is something that we have to keep in mind as part of our indicators and part of our practice to meet families where they're at. And being aware of cultural beliefs and norms, and then doing diverse type of outreach efforts to support the social inclusion and cross-cultural understanding of community engagement. That's on the Refugee Family Support Program, and we've concluded that. And I just want a big shout out to all the counties that partaked in this, and also the consultants back in Sacramento. Sheriff Services Alliance pilot, I also want to give a big shout out to Kristen Torres. She did an excellent work, and we also heard this morning from San Diego. They also were one of our recipients of this funding. They were able to showcase how the building of the structure of childcare, how the building of capacity building, to your question, Commissioner Velasco Paz, of how we've done those investments. This is one of those pilot projects that we were able to do. We were able to do trainings, we were able to do business service events, we were able to train the staff. We were also able to provide support for stipends issues. Some other key learnings on this is just having those trusted relationships at the local level to meet their business needs for the different types of childcare and just childcare provider support. Another really interesting area, as we know, California is really good with technology. That was an area that was enhanced to all the providers to build their capacity, just building that technology skills. And that's an area that a lot of the grant recipients indicated that that was an area that they really appreciated on building capacity. Through this project too, promoted equity on childcare providers and training and service. It was something that was continuously done and will continue to be doing and peppering in every investment that we do. We made strides towards sustainability, as you saw this morning. It was really wonderful to see how they were also able to leverage other funding sources to even expand their dollars with this pilot. How they were able to move that forward. Another just huge key takeaway is that all the early learning care providers need to include technology and sustainable business operational practices just to run their businesses. So something for us to think non-traditionally beyond the education and training and capacity building for them.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Okay, the next one is home visiting technical assistance. This is another huge investment. I also wanted to thank a couple of my team members in Sacramento. We had a couple of people managing this contract while Janea Ramirez was out of maternity leave. Melinda and Dana, one of our key consultants, helped support this, but this small, contract with Children Now really gave us a nice return on investment on establishing some indicators for technical assistance, particularly the areas of trusting relationships, effective communication, and collaborative partnering. When it came to trusting relationships, we needed to build camaraderie around the regions. As you all may recall, some of you were here, phase one of the home visiting funding was done at the local, and then phase two was done more at the regional. So there was a shift on the infrastructure that was done. So we have Children Now provide that technical assistance, and these are some of the key takeaways that they were able to provide and take away with the locals. The other thing that I also wanted to highlight and make sure that everybody understands is our contract related to the parent kit ended with ALOM, and we shifted all the ordering process to our sister state agency, which is the Office of State Publishing, because it will be more cost effective. We have over 500 pallets, which is enough to fulfill orders for another year. So we're have informed all the counties and partners that have been ordering, and we posted it on the website that all orders will go through our First 5 email. And also too, we've been sharing more communication on that. But also too, I just want to underscore that First 5 already has a kit online. So we are ready on digital formats and platforms. So if we want you to continue to leverage that and extend that, we are looking at analytics, something that was not established for this website. So we are attaching those so we can track all the different traffic, but also the different downloads. This step really, this shift will really allow us to do some streamlining on the bulk ordering. It really would allow us to have a little bit more autonomy on the outreach and broaden access to distribution. Will be available for technical assistance. So Dana and Sylvia, our consultants in Sacramento, are a part of this project, and they will be in contact with all the local counties. I'm gonna shift us over to research. So I think a lot of us allude to the audacious goal, and it's something collectively the commission adopted. So when I joined this family, this team a year ago, Jackie and Angelo tackled and challenged me to think about how can we best measure this audacious goal in the North Star. So I really took a look at this generational statement and understanding how we can really track that. So the next two efforts that I will be showing is a couple of things that we can take into mind into our strategic planning and really address on our outcomes and our indicators. So I wanted to put forward a research memo that we are working in partnership with UCLA through our contract with the California Health Interview Survey. It's a research memo on childcare. I think we heard this morning through our partners here in San Diego, but we've also heard even with the different statements that were said today and different items, that childcare continues to be an issue. California does have an issue with childcare. We have 3 and 5 California young children from ages 0 to 5 that don't have regular childcare. 1 in 5 households and the young children cannot find childcare that they need in a week or longer in 2022. That's almost as twice the proportion of households in 2019. The unaffordability and the lack of availability and the quality of providers are the top reasons why parents can't find childcare. 3 in 5 households with young children and regular access to childcare spend $200 or more per week. That's an average of $9,600 or more per year in childcare. That's significant increase proportion for families spending on this item. I think I'm talking to the choir here, but we all know the benefits of childcare. the childcare is becoming really expensive, both even, or challenging, both in the public and private sector aspects. Couple of other things that I wanna indicate in this research memo that we're outlining is really the individuals that are most in need. Understanding that close to 1/3 of the young children are taken out of informal or through private sources such as grandparents and other family members or non-family members. Why? Because it's less expensive. Or do they have proper access or tools? Maybe, maybe not. So those are the disadvantages, the pros and cons of doing different types of care, so parents can make a living from day to day. 1 in 5 young children receive childcare from public sources such as state programs or Head Start, preschool, nursery schools, and childcare centers. It's still, the ratio is pretty small. Young children from Latino households, 42.7% were more likely to be taken off by a family member or a non-family member compared to children from other race and ethnicity households. A lot of it is on the quality and economics. Close to 3 in 5 children from a white household receive childcare from multiple sources, a rate that's higher than the general population. Essentially, what I'm really articulating here is that people are having to make decisions to day-to-day living in order for them to go to work. They cannot drop off their kids. The hours of operations are also difficult. We are dealing with low income or blue collar families that work early in the mornings or late at night or even early in the morning. I know I took an early flight this morning and there was a lot of people on the road at 5 o'clock in the morning. So there's no daycares there's very few daycares that are open at 5 o'clock in the morning. So it's an issue for us to consider. And I know it's something that the communications and the PR team is tackling. So this data really supports our messaging, but also the quantifications of where we want to go. That really also will pepper it into our strategic planning. The other topic related to everything that we're doing here at First Five is child mental health. Healthy People 2030, this is a big topic area and there's a lot of derivative factors. I mentioned earlier, injury to children is a big factor. And a lot of it is they're in a car crash, they're being in a domestic violence home, they're being injured for different reasons, and a lot of it is derivative to mental health and the parents or caregivers, and I'll talk about that in a few. But the mental health on children is also understood to be specifically influenced by their social environment and relations. We know individuals of households, the risk factors include socioeconomic status, single parent households, and parent mental health. That is really critical. I know in the past, we've been talking a lot about ACEs. 20% of parents of young children ages 0 to 5 reported that they experienced 4 or more adverse childhood experiences. So that means that that parent has experienced ACEs themselves. Oh, I don't know what happened. If the parent themselves has experienced ACEs, the child themselves is most likely to experience ACEs and will not have stabilization. Another kind of just key takeaway that's really impactful to, we're talking about 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds. In California, 16.4% of them exhibit behavioral difficulties, 1/3 of them, which is very serious. So when we talk about schooling, attention deficit, behavior issues, ADHD, bullying, all these different things are influential factors that impact our children here in California. Some other data points that I want to just point out to this is overall, the picture of families with young children in California is 1 of 2 parents of families who attended college have a strong perceived neighborhood safety. That's also something I think we've known historically from data, but it really impacts the upbringing of the child. 4 in 10 families with children 0 to 5 live below the 200% of federal poverty level. That is still an issue. Economic justice is still a problem. It's something I know at the federal level that we been having conversations, and I know right now the climate has been really strong on economics.
I'm gonna shift over, and I know I'm talking about really fast, but I'm really excited about this next original quantitative survey that was done as a result of your approval of the behavioral health $10 million investment. I was so jazzed to do this because I wanted to have a counter aspect to ACEs. We know ACEs measures the adverse childhood experiences. What is a counter of that? Hope, resilience, and community vitality. I think my recommendation here is, my hypothesis is that these measures can be predictive of caretakers' ability to promote safe, stable, and nurturing environments for children in their care to ensure healthy developments. That may seem so simple, but no one is really tracking these different indicators to allow Californians to understand how can we best support them. If we're really trying to mitigate risk factors, we need to understand what are the protective factors that we can lean on. So I used on a couple of established tools, and I'll go into that. But I hope that this really is more of a baseline understanding for us to continue to explore, especially under communities of color here in California. So for hope, we use this Sign-Dyer Adult Hope Scale. It's an established tool. It uses 12 statements, and anything that scores below a 40 interprets that the person has low hope. Why is that important? Because it really allows us to understand how caretakers or parents are managing their households. If their household is chaotic, the child will be raised chaotic. I think that's a logical aspect, but we need to understand how, for the lack of a better word. So for example, these statements measure, like, are they worried about their health? Have they been pretty successful in life? How do they meet goals that they set for themselves? How do they usually find themselves worrying about something else? Hope is something that allows people to move on to day-to-day activities, but it also gives them better outcomes in academia, being athletic, being physical health, the physiological aspect, and just the psychotherapy of just being an adult in life. The other indicator that we measure, and we use the Brief Resilience Scale for Adults tool, is to measure resilience, is a scale of 6 statements. Anything below or anything measuring between a 1.2, 2.9 interprets low resilience. Why is that important? Also because that allows us to understand how people cope or recover stress, adversity, and trauma. So it measures even the aspects of, like, I tend to take a long time to get over setbacks in life. I usually come through difficulty times in little trouble. These are just ways for people to troubleshoot different things in their day-to-day life or just in life in general. The more that people are more stable, the better that they can be available for the child or their household. Community vitality, we use the tool from Canada that I thought would be really interesting for us to continue to explore. But it really measures the involvement of citizens in their community life, desire to live, their social life. It really gives a perception of how they view their community before or after any type of public programs to serve as a potential indicator of success. The tool really is a variable number of statements. It also scores anything, higher score equates to a greater community vitality. So this also just allows us to understand their civic engagement, how their social skills, their interaction in the community, their challenges, those with skills and education. It just gives you an understanding of their environment and how they're able to just integrate or be social in their community. We also, so let me just go through this. The other area that we wanted to explore and identify is food. California and this nation still has an obesity issue. We still have a lot of food deserts. We still have a nutrition issue. So we wanted to understand how folks have access to markets, having food near their homes. That's really important because food is also nutrition, organic value to how you're able to function day to day.
Your sense of social support also too was really important because it refers to the availability of how you view and one's life or how you're able to correlate it to health. There are people in life who I can talk to, or they can handle different things. And then the other aspect is on barriers of accessing community resources, just to have an understanding. I've been warned that my time's coming up, so I'm gonna go super fast. Just some key summaries on these, obviously you have my slides already, but just some key summary findings here. Caretakers measuring significant higher hope, resilience, and community vitality relative to their counterparts are Spanish dominant, biological parents, and males, which really enhances our father involvement, investment, and efforts for anyone that is not under in a federal poverty level. Spanish dominant biological parents show also significant higher measure of social support and food environment with fewer report experiencing barriers in social services. So this really just gives us a snapshot of where people are at as a counter to ACEs. We'll continue to explore this data and we'll continue to expand our sample. We did sample close to 2,000 people, so it is a nice snapshot of Californians. With that, I will pause.
Thank you so much. This is a lot of information. We're grateful. Any questions? Commissioner Majors, I see your. Commissioner Rizzo,
Not at this time.
thank you. Any members of the public? Yes, thank you.
I just want to say this, Sally, from Mendocino, thank you for that very rich data that a lot of the local county commissions are well briefed in, and hope that you use it and use that research. So when you ask for data, when you ask for research on the stabilization fund, there's your data. I hope you consider that and working with the association and networks to consider the proposal.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, Heidi Mendenhall from Tehama, and I really appreciate that as well. We have been using the Hope Scale, the same one that you mentioned, for the last 3 years, and we've been really pleased with how we can drive outcomes and action by that, and so I appreciate that. I know we're not the only county commission that uses a Hope Scale, so there's probably some other data we would be able to partner with and get a bigger picture.
Thank you. I love the strength-based approach. Any other comments on the virtual room? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sorry, Commissioner Hazen.
Thank you. This is a lot to take in. I think just a couple things. So I really appreciate at the beginning the focus on objectives and key results, and I think it's a really useful framework for us as First Five as a commission to be using to evaluate impact. And so I think again, connecting back to the initial strategic planning conversation, thinking about that framework. I would say, I don't know that all the things that were shared as key results would fall into the key results category. So just want to encourage us to really think about key results as specific measurable outcomes that are indicators of progress towards objectives. And I think I appreciate the summary of the learnings and takeaways from the refugee investment and questions about whether some of the work that was done really is what we're best positioned to do, right? When I looked at of the about 1,000 families that were served, it looked like more than 568 received support with basic needs. That's not really our role. And so I think as we continue to get more clear on what we're best positioned to do, and how our dollars can best drive impact, to really think about those things, and appreciate feedback we've received, that are we really leaning on and leveraging the insights of our local communities, of the commissions, as we're doing research, as we're identifying best practices, because I think some of these things are already happening, and so I want to make sure that we're not reinventing the wheel.
Thank you so much. I just have this great curiosity about the basic needs, and for me, I put it into the framework of protective factors, and concrete social supports are such a significant piece around family strengthening. And it's the work of family resource centers and the work of community family strengthening organizations. And so that's how I understood it. And it would be really interesting to see those organizations and how they're really moving forward on building protective factors for families. And evidence shows, as I know you know, that building protective factors reduces the risk of child maltreatment.
Thank you. I think those are valid comments and also things that we want to get better at tracking and implementing at the beginning of any investment. So we can track them correctly and making sure that when we do quantify something as a big bucket, we understand what that is. So I know that's something that Janaea Ramirez is doing that with our home visiting grants. So we're getting better. So as time progresses, we'll just sharpen our knives. I can say that.
Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, which I believe is the new number 9. The public, originally number 8, is the public relations campaign. I would like to again welcome my colleague, Commissioner Majors. Apologies for the confusion last time. Who is the chair of our Public Education and Outreach Committee, to provide a report, as well as Dr. Williams, our First 5 Chief Deputy Director, to present the Public Relations Campaign item. We have about 30 minutes on this item. We can shorten it. That would be great. We are well off of our agenda. Thank you.
I will shorten it by deferring to Dr. Williams. All right, I'll definitely help you to make up the time. Just 2 brief contextual things. So number 1, Commissioner Majors actually set the stage by giving data related to the outsized crisis in childcare. As well, Dr. Dominguez Brinkley gave even more data. We've absolutely made some strides with this, so rate reform is important, but it is an outsized issue. Rarely in politics are there issues that are so intractable that they take many years and they require multiple parties to solve. You can lower the prices, right, at the end of the day in terms of rates, but then what about housing, right? So great, I've got a place to go, but I can't afford it because my housing is too high. So that's the nature of the issue, which requires a PR campaign, a public will campaign, which is what this is. Next slide, please. If you liked and I'll go over this in brief, but I want to put it out there as a big, again, context. If you like the progress that First 5 made on paid family leave, another one of those intractable issues, this is exactly what we are suggesting right around the PR contract. Next slide, please. This is a quick snapshot of current PR work. This is Raise California Strong. So in fact, the work has already started. Thank you, Commissioner Majors, for sharing some of this information with folks that really care about it as well. Of course, we make all this available to you. It's on a website. There's tremendous information in terms of background data, messaging toolkits, and all of the rest. Next slide, please. I mentioned paid family leave. We're basically just trying to do the same thing. Using PR and media to uplift First 5's policy agenda worked as it relates to SB 952 paid family leave for all. Obviously, the goal was awareness around paid family leave to leverage support from the legislature and governor. Multiple tactics, the same tactics that we're going to use for childcare, as well as media, massive impressions, over 500,000. And then the outcome, SB 951, Durazo, was signed September 30th, 2022, final day the governor to act, and it has been transformational in terms of an issue that no one thought could be solved. That's what PR campaigns are for. Next slide, please. Additionally, the brand level asset is important. First 5, based upon the statute, is focused on systems change, and so this is systems change work. Childcare affordability reform is definitely transformational systems change work. Next slide, please. Also, much of the, flagship is really going after this big issue, but it's also keeping the public informed and engaged on first five issues. You all know that over the last 25 years, and everyone should take a vow related to this, the transformational change around discussions around children 0 to 5, from brain science to health, from early childhood education, it's transformed our entire world. And so this is part of the PR campaign work. Next slide, please. ACEs, massively important. You'll see photos here of things that are also important in terms of leading conversations. So you'll see photos here of a ACEs summit that our executive director hosted, as well as meetings with the vice president's staff, the Federal Reserve, EC Funders Coalition. This is around forwarding the work of the North Star Organization focused on ACEs. Next slide, please. This again is obviously looking at the larger team effort. So the PR work again is both internal and external. Internal meaning this last PR effort included staff and commission media training, as well as again staff and media commission training are multiple things. I could go into depth of that at a different time. Next slide, please. So here we go. This is what our recommendations are. Next slide. Again, the nexus between the two, no, you're good. Next one.
Sorry about that.
Is really, if you like what we did on paid family leave, let's do it on childcare affordability. Next slide, please. All right, again, same thing, just a very clear focus on what we're doing. So if you look at the difference between PR and media, this is extremely important because obviously the media RFP is already out, but this is the PR RFP. So when it comes to the PR campaign for stakeholders, if anything related to PR, what are we doing? Will building, influence, public opinion, organizational level communication, first five branding, and elevating awareness and visibility, and expanding support for consequential issues that are intractable in terms of public policy. This is different because the audience are stakeholders. When it comes to media, audience, caregivers. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the ask. It's 4 million over 3 years. Why? Because traditionally, if you look back at how First Five has funded PR campaigns, especially the successful Paid Family Leave, it's about $1 million a year. Childcare affordability, super challenging, will require a longer term, a longer commitment. And again, campaigns are really the high level work of lobbying or advocating, the best word is advocating, advocating with people. So that means you got to build relationships and connect people. So this is the ask. This is what we're asking you to again approve. Next slide, please. I'm gonna whiz right through this. And I'm just gonna, I think I did that. Next slide. So bear with me just for a second so I can get right to the meat of it. So again, there's a program focus, there's a goal related to the programming, the PR program and goal, right? But the focus is to enhance access to early childhood environments for children from birth to 5, supporting their development, enhancing parents to participate in the workforce. Another thing to mention, if we're going to talk about childcare affordability, we have to talk about workforce issues. And so we're looking at legislation, we're looking to figure out what's happening in the locals. We'll need the help on all hands on deck to get the stakeholders to move from where they are to where we need them to be. Next slide, please. Yes, just want to mention this. This is actually in the executive summary of the Raise California Strong Childcare Affordability Report. Why do we do a report? Because one of the best ways to soften the ground is to begin to get everybody on common data points. The whole purpose of, for instance, something like collective action is that everyone should know and look at the same data, right? And so that's a part of what we're doing here. The aim of the program focus, which again is childcare affordability, right? Raise California Strong, again is to enhance access to early learning environments for children from birth to 5. Just mentioned that, just want to double down on that. All those key challenges identified, all of those again are data that you've heard. Next slide, please. Yes, these are the 5 pathways to success: affordability, access, stability, quality programs, economic impact. This is what we're focusing on. We need legislation, public policy, and small p policy changes in those areas. That's what the entire focus of the campaign is going to be on, those 5 pathways for change. Next slide, please. Yes, this is just a reports focus. We'll go to the next slide. I think we covered this. This is what a PR campaign does. Builds the will, brands, influences, uses communications tools, strategies, and then extends and sustains the efforts and ongoing struggle, to be honest with you, to get the kind of policy change that we need from stakeholders. Next slide, please. Almost done. That happens. It's buffering. So let me sum it up.
Do it. Sorry,
Go on.
circle.
Next slide.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's not you, it's the buffering. What do you consider? All right, let me summarize it by saying this, we're good. This is actually the perfect slide to summarize it on. PR is, again, different from media. What we're asking you to approve is a PR request that, again, focuses on many things related to PR, but has as its flagship childcare affordability. If you like what we did as it relates to paid family leave, and you want that to happen as it relates to childcare affordability, we recommend passage of this item.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Rizzo? Anyone at the DS? Commissioner Hazen?
Just to make sure I'm clear, so in the past, they thought it was $1 million campaign, I know it was blended, but in the past, it was $1 million per PR over, is it over a 36-month?
No, it's an average. That's an average over the years that PR has been done at First Five. Just looking back at the data, what did we spend on PR?
On average,
About $1 million a year.
$1 million a year, I see, and so we're saying in this ask, a little bit more than $1 million a year.
Correct.
over the-
Because of the intractable nature of the issue.
And everything's more expensive.
Indeed.
Have we engaged, the association and locals as, you know, we've keyed in on this specific issue and sort of the focus of our, PR work? As we think about all the things that collectively we need to raise awareness about, is this the thing collectively that we raise the most important, as it relates to our shared work?
But that's a question to me, I would say it is the most important thing. That's just staff recommendations. Again, take it with a grain of salt. I do think that what we've been hearing from partners around the state, is I just say this with very deep respect to ourselves, we're a little bit late. We have other entities that are already engaged, which is actually good for us because we get to combine their efforts. I think the best case scenario for really changing public policy as it relates to childcare is we need a collective impact orientation. So LA is doing some things, the state is doing some things, foundations are doing some things, and we can get all votes headed in the right direction, we might be able to do it. So that would be my recommendation, because it's one of those periods of time where if we jump on it and we connect, we'll be able to get something done.
Can I tell you that it's been several years, so when we do policy priorities and Vice Chair Hayes, and our childcare has always been top of mind. That's why we've invested in impact, and this is we would welcome Commissioner Majors to also kind of add in over the years kind of what we're trying to do, put top of mind, make the dog fertile in this moment about what's happening with childcare and I would say that over the years it has been a priority with the social.
Well, I don't think it's the question of whether it's a priority, it's whether it should be. That's my question. Oh.
I apologize, I was like, the question of whether or not we had to take exactly over your time.
Well, I think it's have we engaged the association and, you know, local partners, and statewide partners, as we think about, the goal is to do we think public relations is an important piece of what we do, right, as all of the things, projects, right? Is this the most important thing, to do, and is it worth it to spend the $4 million to do this thing? So if there's any insight from the committee, that would be, really great as well.
Well, I'll say this, we have, it's an issue, and all over, there are, entities that are trying to do the same thing, is move public will. While we fared okay in the state budget, we were at great risk. And the cuts that were planning to be made on the backs of children and working families were going to be detrimental. So we had to move out really strong. Some of us grassroots advocacy folks, we had to really push hard. And so instead of always being behind the 8 ball, I think that the goal in this was to leverage our voice as First Five California with all the local entities that right now, and this is pretty nominal, quite frankly, in terms of moving public will around investment in early care and education, childcare as a critical resource to keep California working. So I think that's what I got.
Commissioner Jimenez? Oh, Commissioner Fox was first. And then I'll go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jimenez. Will these public relations tools, will they be adaptable so that the counties can use them? So that if we're doing a public relations effort, like they can be on the ground using them and swapping out some of the information so that, you know, just there's wider network, wider information distribution, so.
Yes, absolutely. All of it is really built for coalition work in terms of the campaign at the local level. So yes.
I'll piggyback on that one, meaning that locals will be involved with state staff and the firm to help co-create messages. The reason I ask that is because I heard during some of our public comment this morning that there are some efforts happening at the local level with respect to like, how do you elevate the need to invest more in childcare? And so I would want our staff to have an understanding of what's happening at the local level so that we augment, complement, not duplicate efforts. And also to make sure that the messages that are created or the relationships that we're building in terms of building the PR are, resonate with each of the communities that we're trying to ensure receive whatever that is, additional state investments, et cetera. And then to Commissioner, or Vice Chair Hazen, I would say yes. I think more and more of our families are finding it more difficult to find childcare slots because many of our providers in that space are just not able to keep their doors open or keep as many slots open. So I would say that it's a critical need for children and families.
If I could say this one thing, and it's not one or the other, but I will say all of the commission's work isn't always the county's work, right? I would think about this, not just, yes, we always need to be in collaboration with all of our partners, but some things we do. And the audience here, I believe, is we're trying to not only, we're trying to get the non-traditional partner. Our audience, I believe, because I want to make sure I'm on track with you guys right now. The audience is legislators, the audience is folks that don't make childcare decisions every day. The audience is business owners. We really want to move that vote. We're preaching to the choir when we're talking to ourselves around investments in early care and education. Who we are trying to inform is those people that are not generally in this work.
And to add to that, sometimes the locals are the ones that have the relationships with those state representatives and senators, and they can help build that connection between the state organization and key members in the legislature who may be leaning towards being supportive and can help get them to be supportive so that there's future state investments in this space.
Can I add that when we were self-launching this, that counties did reach out to us. And CSAC have wanted to meet, not necessarily solely first fives, but really beyond the first fives, because there are, county initiatives and they were really excited about the message. And what we're doing as a statewide, umbrella to hold that message. Because it helps them locally.
Thank you. Any other commissioners, comments or questions? Yes, basically.
So I think, obviously it's an urgent matter, and we hear, and childcare crisis and know many families who are experiencing that. But I think I just want to make sure that we are clear about sort of what our role is, where we can drive impact, who else is doing the work so that we are not duplicating efforts. And I think the other thing, I hope we'll consider as we think about all of the things that fall within the scope of the PR is, typically, historically, we're engaging in government relations at the state and federal level, and working to move opinion at those levels. Think about, some of the things we heard first thing this morning about local measures that could generate new revenue to support some of these things. How can we think about how our PR efforts could potentially be used to move the needle in local communities to make investments to address child care needs in those places? So I think, let's really think about what's our lane, how do we drive impact, how do we not duplicate, and really affect real change.
I just want to add one thing, to what Commissioner Hazen said. I do think we have to do a better job at figuring out how we don't duplicate. Because I think there are a lot of moving trains right now and they're moving the same direction, which I think is great, but not in collaboration. And I don't mean collaboration like you were not being collaborative, but I don't think that everybody is sitting at the table having a conversation to have a good idea of who's doing what and how do we leverage that information go forward. So I do think we could do a better job of that.
Could I disagree? Again, from 30,000 foot level, exquisite comment. So for instance, Los Angeles, right, is doing, some very specific Los Angeles centric county and city, with their focus on, childcare affordability. Our role is the state level, right? We're trying to get to the legislature itself, inside the budget process, the Senate, the constitutional officers. Because again, and again, just to be brief, the problem requires, let's think about the cast of characters that it requires to focus on like housing affordability. So from the treasurer, right, to the controller, we have to get on everybody's agenda. We have to get every single entity at the state level, to then respond to the counties, and then respond to the cities, and then to make that alignment. Because yes, at first blush, it seems that everybody's engaged on it, but they're engaged at different levels. And one of the most important roles, I think, that the commission could play, because we've done this many times before, is to really to get all the trains running at the same time, to convene everyone to say, okay, let's just remember, it's one big goal, but we've got several tiers, and we're doing this, and you're doing that, this person's doing that. That could be one role.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this?
Commissioner Loudon, I guess, the First Five Association. First of all, there's a considerable amount of information that was shared in PowerPoints. We just love to get these decks up online so we can view them later. One thing I wanted to mention was paid family leave was mentioned a couple of times. And before I was in this role, I did a lot of work in paid family leave, funding a lot of advocates in the space. And I know that at the time, the governor and legislature were supportive of it. And First Five California's investment got a few things over the line. And I think I'm drawing some parallels today. Childcare is an important issue that the legislature and governor recognize. And that's why, to your point, Commissioner, it was saved in a very, very bad budget year. And so I have questions about the target audience, the intended outcomes, this need for public will. I think public will is there. I think the legislature is there. I think the governor is there. I think it's a matter of dollars. I also don't know who are the partners that we're all working with? Because like Paige Van Der Leek before, childcare and building public will for childcare has been a 2-decade-long journey by advocates up and down the state, including First Five Counties and the First Five Association. And so there's a lot of questions we have about intended audience, intended outcomes, and the partnerships. To your point, Commissioner, there's a lot going on in the childcare space. What's the value add of this investment? So we are, speak for the association, we have a lot of questions on this investment in particular, and also the sequencing, because we saw the soft launch materials in May, they were public a couple of weeks later. There's a press conference coming up next week on this launch, and today you're being asked to approve a $4 million investment. So we are a little bit flummoxed at the sequencing of all of it, but that's just us, and we have some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like there's one member of the public on the phone, or?
That is correct.
Okay, and how many members of the public in the room? Okay, just one more. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Scott Waite. I'm the executive director with First Five Merced. And I wanted to come up here and acknowledge the importance of childcare. Since I've worked in First Five, which has been about 18 years now, it has always been the #1 need on a needs assessment we do with families. Unfortunately, we've never had big enough dollars to fill that hole. I take our current allocation would cover about 10% of our county's entire unmet childcare need. So we could dump all of our money that way and it wouldn't solve it. So I get the idea of looking at a PR campaign. The current campaign doesn't clearly outline the roles and who would be responsible for what. And I feel like before you allocate out $4 million, some of those questions should be answered. Also, I would ask that you consider, you've tabled other new projects like the asked earlier because of lack of clarity and because you're going through a strategic planning process. And I would wonder what would exempt this from needing to hold for that same issue. And then the other thing I would like to add is there are factors outside of just budget issues that hit childcare that make a big impact. And it would be great if we could have some state sponsorship on it. Recently, there was a fire code that passed stating that if you had over a certain class size or facility size, you had to then have an automatic sprinkler system. So that can be a big issue for smaller, for-profit preschools. And then the other issue is in 2013, they passed language about cribs. Old cribs, they had to meet certain standards. We were able to, in 3 months, flip around and buy 98 cribs so we didn't lose infant care in our county, because that's what we were facing. And so there are other things besides just PR that take place in the childcare world that we need help informing the legislator and the public will about protecting those slots. So I just ask that you think about the process, you think about how you're applying it to each one. I have attended, I believe, all your meetings except for one over the last couple of years. And I haven't heard this issue specifically come up or go through the process you guys outlined this morning. There wasn't a specific study session around it, and it didn't come back for action. It was included in a larger item that wasn't really called out, and so I don't know how that fits in your own internal process. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one member of the public on the virtual. Sorry,
You can go ahead.
no, in the room first.
I just want to add, Bobby Owens, that is First Five Fresno County Executive Director. I'm wondering, as I heard the presentation, what success would look like after the investment of $4 million. What is it? We just heard, I just want to echo, maybe underline it. The governor is aware, the legislature is very aware. COVID-19 pandemic made all of us aware. It made the businesses and employers aware that childcare was a huge need. So I'm struggling, trying to be helpful and supportive as to how $4 million in a PR campaign focus on stakeholders, government officials, et cetera, would make what would success look like if they already know that this is a huge issue, and I would ask you to consider those questions before moving forward.
Thank you. And somebody from the?
No longer.
No longer. Okay. Public comment on this is closed. This is an action item, and I ask if there's a motion to approve. There were some questions raised in public comment that we may want to discuss. But let me first ask if there's a motion, and it would be something along the lines of, I move to approve $4 million over 4 years for the media account for a public relations contract to support First Five California's Young Child Policy Agenda. Is there a motion or additional conversation that people want to have? Yes, Commissioner Jimenez.
Just a point of clarification. I think in the presentation, it was over 3 years, but on the agenda, it does say over 4 years, so maybe staff can provide clarity.
Thank you for that.
It's 3 years, there's a statutory policy issue that we can only do 36 months of funding, so there's just an error, it's 36.
Thank you very much for that. If there's no motion, then this would go back into the advisory committee for additional consideration. Okay, seeing no motion. We'll go forward with the next item. Thank you so much. I appreciate the team's effort in presenting this information and public comment. The next item on the agenda is number 10. It is the October, so we just have some cleanup items. Number 10 and 11 I'd like to welcome Simon Marquez. He's going to do a very brief conversation about date change that we need just some formality on. And then we'll do another cleanup item and then go into closed session.
We really just have one slide, but we don't have a date identified, so it's really up to the commission how they want to proceed. Yeah. Sorry, there's more to share.
That's okay. I'll give the introduction. So we have approved a meeting in October, but because of conflicts in scheduling, we are going to cancel that meeting. However, because we already approved it, we need to take a motion to cancel that meeting and reschedule it to another date. So could I ask someone to approve a motion canceling the October commission meeting to a date convenient to all members within the 2024? Well,
Okay, so moved.
thank you. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Can I just do that? Can I do a roll call?
Yes. Katie Albright,
Aye.
Shannon Hazel,
Aye.
Elsa Jimenez,
I,
Jackie Majors, Vivian Velasco Haas, Amy Bernadine Bobby,
Aye.
Laura Russo,
Aye.
Thank you so much. And then for number 11, item number, oh shoot, we were supposed to do public comment on that. Is there any public comment on that last item? Okay, seeing none, I'm just going to go ahead with that. Number 11 is review commission advisory committee meeting cadence and information. We're going to postpone this item so that we can have more time to develop it and also in the interest of time for our meeting overall. The next item is going into closed session. And so we will adjourn into closed session and come back out afterwards to finalize the meeting. I know several of us have planes to catch, and so there may only be 1 or 2 commissioners here to adjourn the meeting at the end. Did I miss any procedural items that I need to follow up on? No, okay. Thank you so much. And before we go into closed session, Director Wong, any final comment that you?
I just wanted to appreciate every single county. I know some of them, some folks had to leave. I know it's a conversation, an ongoing conversation that, as Chair Albright had mentioned, that we are dedicated to about, I think we're all part of the same family, the same network, and we've done a lot of work over the last couple of years to do that. Through the network design, and we hear you, appreciate having been hosted at each of the regions. And actually really looking forward to working with the fiscal committee on that deep dive and the questions that are still remaining to be answered. Creating the guardrails that would be helpful of the definitions of both what does long-term sustainability look like, and what are the efforts that we can work to make sure that kids and families are served in communities in an equitable way. And there are lots of things that I know that we talk about. I feel like I talk to the association in some form or another weekly, but I count all of my meetings. So know that we are dedicated and committed to continuing the conversation, and we'll work with the fiscal committee on what that is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we're now going to go into closed session under Government Code Section 11126A. The California Children and Families Commission hereby provides public notice that it may meet in closed session regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation of performance or discipline, dismissal, discipline, or release of a public employee or complaint of charge against the public employee. Public employees include persons exempt from civil service under Article 7, Section 4E of the California Constitution. Thank you so much.
And we're going to go to the